How's it going? I am Godless Sewing. This is the Godless Sewing channel. And to want anyone in the future watching this, hello. How's it going? How is everyone doing this evening? Let's see if YouTube catches up. If it catches up. Oh, there everybody is. Awesome. How are you this evening, Commander?
All right.
Awesome.
Had a decent day at work. I made $150 more than I thought.
Awesome.
But that was only because he made me wait 5 hours longer.
Awesome.
I get paid $25 an hour to wait.
That's awesome. You're a patient person. How's it going, Mark Short? Hello. Skids Crasher, how's it going? You should hop in, my friend. You should hop in. It's going to be a barn burner this evening.
Whose barn are we burning? Is it the barn belonging to the troll?
Oh, wow. Do you know, I really wasn't like, oh, I'm being trolled until I looked at the picture. Hey, Butterfly, how's it going? Do you know the weather does not know what it wants to do here in Southern California? I'm wearing shorts and long sleeve.
Well, that's because I moved. You see, every time I move to a different state, we get an unusually cold summer, and then the next summer is hell.
Oh, wow. It's I have a weird feeling it's going to be unreal hot this year. Like we've had extremely. Hey, Kilroy. Is Kilroy? Did I see Kilroy? Oh, I'm going by. I have a strange feeling where it's going to be extremely hot this year. Like extremely hot. Everything's growing out of season.
It's mild, but that doesn't mean my hopes will come to pass. Hi, Mark Short. Practicing, trying to monitor chat and stream because I might be starting some streams on my channel.
Oh, by all means, go right ahead. Alibaba, you're right. Hey, Phoenix, how's it going? Hello. I'm doing my normal run around. Is it still hot up there?
Oh, you got an ancient machine there.
This is the machine I've been sewing on for months.
I know, still ancient.
That's true. She is still ancient, and yeah, we're just at a different angle today. This stupid. All right, my text just is what it is. I can't.
Alibaba, I hope it's not another El Nino in 96 or something. That was like literally one of the worst years of my life. I was a bit emo at the time, but it was also the weather too. Phoenix, everyone here could have went to high school together. I found we are it's funny how people of the same age find each other.
Right? Because the weirdos find each other eventually.
Well, it gives me hope for the future. Our generation is still looking young. We're still looking good.
Well, a little hair dye doesn't hurt anything.
Hey, I'm gray. I'm going gray.
Oh,
hey,
I don't have a single gray hair yet, and I don't dye my hair or anything.
Hey,
right now, my hair in real life actually looks like it does on the avatar, so I need to get it out of my eyes, so I need to cut it.
I miss my hair. I need to find my fro picture. Hey, Gilroy, Waternay, hello. Somewhere in this room, I have my 10th grade fro picture, and that was pretty much the last time my hair was just a perfect ball. It was a perfect ball. I miss my hair. Oh,
And if there's any of it left sitting somewhere, it's saying it misses its head.
I'm not one of those people. I know people that are collectors like that.
Well, I mean, hair is made of keratin, so there's probably some of them flying around somewhere.
Well, it used to be an old-fashioned thing, like in the Victorian days, that even longer, that when someone died, you'd take a snip of hair and make like a hair wreath or some memento.
And my mom kept extensive records because back in the day they had baby books, you know. Hey Ali Baba, there's still a snippet of my hair, and I still have my patent leather white shoes that are literally like this big. You know, they're oh, every time I look at them, I'm like, oh.
Well, if
My
this week's
mom
not done, then
actually,
somebody will tell me. Oh, sorry.
my mom actually, when the Cabbage Patch Kids came out, she had our preemie outfits, and she put them on the Cabbage Patch Kids so we could get an idea of how small we once were.
Oh, there it is. I take so many pictures. Okay, hold on. How do I do this when it's sideways? Oh, that's cool. Really quickly, this program is intended for entertainment purposes only, and the content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Sewing and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the opinions of every human being on planet Earth. No hate should be sent to any, well, I won't read the rest of the disclaimer, but here at the Godless Sewing Channel, we are all about equal voices, uplifting all voices. And if you don't like it, we have exits on both sides. And if you speak Spanish, that's a la izquierda and derecha. I hope everyone has a great time flying Godless Sewing Airlines. Back to you. I'm trying to improve on my disclaimer, but there's been so much drama online lately. I've gone back to watching Penelope Keith and all the old stuff on YouTube.
Who's that?
She's an extremely famous actress in the UK. She what dozens of sitcoms. Like, she was the sitcom queen. And there's this one opening of one of her shows where she ironically copies the Cosby Show. So I was watching it and I looked up the year, and both openings were at the exact same time. But because I've watched so much American television, I watch UK television. So I watch a lot of like 80s and 90s stuff because it's a time capsule for me, and it also just makes me laugh. And
well, I watch the BBC and Star Trek Next Generation in particular.
I do. It's on my house at all time. I have multiple TVs in here, so like hockey's on right now, but like the BBC is always on. It's been raining here as well, Butterfly. The weather is insane. It was raining this morning, and then it was 90 degrees this afternoon.
Yeah, flip that though. We had I wouldn't call it rain, but it sprinkled, and there was some thunderclaps, which when I lived on the East Coast was not a problem. But now where I live, that usually means dry lightning and scary fire risks. So I have different feelings about thunderstorms now.
You know, I didn't think anything about thunderstorms until 2007, when there was a fire that ripped through half of the ranch and burnt down what we now call the old ranch. And then I realized how deadly lightning strikes are. British TV is much better. I'm not trying to be biased, but we copy them. Yeah, sometimes
didn't The Office originate in it was some British show before?
Yeah, with Ricky Gervais. And I don't know if it's because of indoctrination. When I 20 something years ago, I dated a young lady who had the entire box set, the British, back when that was like actually something that people did. when people actually bought box sets and DVDs. So I've seen the entire series. But I've watched the American series so much because it's constantly on television. Like here, here in America, that and House, and there are certain things, Star Trek: The Next Generation, always on television. And I still watch Sanford and Son as well. Phoenix, are you a television watcher? You don't strike me as a television watcher.
I watch a lot of Netflix and YouTube. I sometimes will put up with Hulu. I hate commercials. I have a screen on because I get lonely, but so I watch stuff. I also like to binge watch things, so I will wait a year until I can watch it all at once without commercials.
I'm like that with certain things. That's scary, Alibaba. Do you know anyone who's ever been hit by lightning? No one has ever survived 10 years past. So nature is scary. I obsessively watch TV. I still watch Sanford and Son on television. I still watch The Golden Girls. I still watch
I rarely watch TV.
We have cable at my job. That is the worst thing that ever happened to my job. And I put a TV in the shop. I have a TV in the office. I have a TV in the break room. And I obsessively watch I Love Lucy. And I can't, because of FICA, I can't necessarily give away like the people I work with, but the age of the people I work with are a bit older. And so they're like, they love that stuff. It's been raining off and on for a few days here. I hope it's not a wet winter, because I want to do hazard reduction burns. There's so many dead trees and regrowth. You sound like California, Mark.
Welcome to the West Coast.
Same. That literally this time of year, all Saturday. That's why my video is only 12 minutes, because all Saturday we were doing hazard cuts around the property. That's why I am this beautiful brown color that you see before you. I like to wait for things to be available too. I'm old school. I liked it when everything was on Netflix. Now that you have to buy 50 different streaming services, it's a bit disheartening.
Yeah.
My grandmother survived more than 10 years after she got hit by lightning. Well, there you go. These are the odd things, Mark, that I hear online, and I take them as gospel because there's nothing else to rival it.
Well, believing everything you hear online is probably not good.
Okay, I'm skeptical, but there's a difference. A long time ago, I was sitting in a car with my ex-wife's brother. We drove from our hometown, because we're from the same place, to Brownsville, Texas. I got to know the guy a lot about the man. And he looked me dead in my eye and he said, "I don't think the Grand Canyon exists." And I said, "What?"
Wow.
He's like, "I'm skeptical." So and anyone who's been to Texas, it takes a couple days to get, like, we were punching. It took us a day and a half to get to Texas, okay? Because we were, it was two people, we slept, we were pulling shifts. It takes a while to get through Texas. And you don't want to speed through Texas.
We are pilgrims in an unholy land.
But
that's what I would say if I went through Texas.
So there's a difference. Like, I'm skeptical of certain things. If I hear something, I'm like, okay, see, but if I get proven wrong, I'm willing to say, wow, this man looked me in my eye and was like, the Grand Canyon is not real. 6 months later, I took both of our families to the Grand Canyon.
Did he believe it was real, or did he go full-blown flirt?
No, he couldn't deny it. No, he's not. We are all of the same age. He's my age. So when he was dealt with the truth, he's actually like a year or two older than me. So when given the truth, he's like, okay, we're here. And we ate pancakes. We went on the skywalk. We were all right. They have amazing the Waffle House is amazing to anyone who doesn't have one. I was in a boat
The
once.
Waffle House is actually used by FEMA to decide whether or not you get aid because they're all built pretty much the same way. Look up the Waffle House rule. If the Waffle House is closed or damaged, you get aid automatically.
So like I said, I'm skeptical. I miss the Waffle House. From Arizona to everywhere else in America, at least as far as the Southwest goes and the Southeast, there are Waffle Houses everywhere. But there's not a Waffle House in California. That's scary, Mark.
Like there's no Wells Fargo in New York for some reason.
I found that out the hard way. I actually know that for a fact. That's so scary, Alibaba.
Oh.
I was 10 feet from the boat at the time we ran. I've seen lightning strike the ocean. I couldn't imagine being that close. Didn't he say he didn't believe it? I mean, all the things and not to believe. That's what I'm saying. But see, that's where I draw the line. Like there's things that I can't prove, so I go on the Chris Hitchens. I hate to say these people's name. I go on the old school line of like I can't prove it, so I'm not going to say that it does or does not exist. Like if it does, cool. If it doesn't, no hair off my back, you know. But like that's something. If you tell me you don't think the Grand Canyon exists, I'm gonna take you there, and we had a great time. If the Waffle House is closed, may God have mercy on your soul. Skits knows the Waffle House. You have to know how to fight to go to the Waffle House. Do you know what though? In America, Denny's is like that too. Like if you go to Denny's in Hollywood anytime after 11 o'clock at night, you better know how to fight for real.
It was actually last November was the first time I had gone to Denny's in more than a decade.
I was so disappointed. The one up the street from my house has just gone downhill. I took my mom and like it was so bad. And she never complains and she complained. And she's a non-complainer. I'm the Karen. A lot of my family came from out west in the flat country with very few trees and getting hit by lightning almost a family tradition. I'm sure most of them survived more than 10 years too. Well, there you go. The internet.
So I guess in the land that doesn't exist, you can get away with things that should be abnormal.
I am so scared of being hit by lightning because I've seen those pictures when people are just black and blue and you can see the outer rims of their lungs. Like, I'd make a sandwich, go to the Waffle. It's okay. So I am a soccer dad. So I exist during certain hours. From like 7 in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the world is actually a really peaceful place. At least during school hours. During the summer, it's fend for yourself, you know. That is crazy, Mark. Do you know I live in the desert, but we have so many distractions here because we plant fake fake topography in America. We'll tear down a mountain. We will tear down grass to put up grass. We're crazy. We are crazy. Awesome skits. I've seen lightning hit the ocean a couple of 100 yards from a boat, and that was scary as hell. Heck yeah. Like, you guys are totally.
Manhattan used to have hills.
I couldn't. You know, it's so funny. I've been there. I couldn't imagine that. Manhattan reminds me of that world on Star Wars where the entire planet is buildings.
Manhattan is something else. I want to see if I can pull that video up.
I'm wondering what's for dinner as well. I had what did I have? Oh, it's so sad. It wasn't even memorable. I had chicken, sweet potato, and French fries.
Okay.
My sweet potato was going bad, so I had to eat it. And Isaiah's obsessed. He's been eating French fries. He's going on I don't know, a 10 or 11-year streak. It's the only food he still consistently eats almost every day. Personally, I hate French fries. Think about it. Could you eat Oreos every day? I love Oreos, but could you eat them every day?
No.
No.
I hate them. Cheez-Its? Could you eat them every day?
I don't. Oh, I was gonna. No, I don't like them in the house though, because no, that's beyond food in my house.
So what happened was Isaiah would get obsessed with these foods, and then he would go through phases, and then I would gain obsessive amounts of weight because I'm the one finishing the box.
Right. That's when you have to put your foot down as the food buyer and say these things don't come into my house.
Well, now it's different because he's the health nut, and he's the one guilting me at the grocery store.
Good.
He's throwing me down at the grocery store like, bro, do you really need that? My grandmother had to dry her ass with a hair dryer for months after she got hit. She got burned. See, that's what I'm saying. It's scary. You know what? I'm over analytical and I watch too many videos. I was hit the water and skipped across the boat about 300 meters away from. That's so scary. I made a curry lentil fish soup, served with a basmati rice. Sounds strange, but it's really tasty.
No, that does sound good. I've got Indian spice chicken on the cooker. I made buckwheat to make a cucumber salad, and what I actually ate was lobster crackers, a protein square, and some salami slices. But I was cooking.
Alibaba, that's so scary. Lightning is no joke. I buy 2 packs of Oreos a year. Not my thing. Because of my lung issue, says the guy who's about to smoke a J, I had to stop drinking milk. I lived off of milk. That was my drink of choice. And so once the milk was out of my life, go ahead.
Allergies and mucus and stuff like that.
Yeah, because it's fine when I'm standing up, but when I fall asleep, it literally chokes me out in my sleep because of the buildup in my lungs. And I'm a born asthmatic, so do not feel sorry for me. I smoked for 20 years. I should have taken care of myself. I did not. So it aged me. Toasty Cheez-Its are bomb. They are bomb. I still think someone messed up at the factory, and that's why they make them that way. So really quickly, Commander, your Neil Diamond video totally reminded me how much I was raised in the suburbs. When I was a kid, I had a good friend where that was our jam. We would put on Neil Diamond and sing. I now have Coming to America just stuck in my head now. To the point
my mom had that video, and we would put it on just for the intro.
Oh, I love that. I love it. You had me going. It made me laugh.
I'm gonna do the whole thing. It's gonna take some time. That's why, using a voice changer, the robot was like, and it'll probably be out in July or August.
That reminds me, now that all my drama's over, I'm going to get into that too in a little bit of why you should never try to sue your neighbor because you'll end up moving in the end and paying all the legal fees. But before I forget, I want to get a wah-wah box to sound like Roger Troutman or like Peter Frampton. And I've been looking up how to make it, and I've already destroyed 2 speakers, so I'm going to go buy one.
What's a wah-wah box? I know what the gas station is.
Are you familiar with Peter Frampton or like Zapp and Frampton? Or it's my nose. My nose, like, because I have a big face, you can't see that my nose, like, I'm like a Roman nickel. I have a giant face. So it's all nasal. I'm just extremely nasally. So I mispronunciate everything. Mayhem radio and lightning is something we have to take into consideration. There are stories from people who didn't, and they got hit from the radio exploding into pieces. That's real. I've heard of that a bunch of times. That's crazy.
Your toys are not supposed to bite back like that.
Do you know what's so funny? When you said toys, you instantly reminded me of why I don't own ATVs, Those really weird golf carts that are 4-wheelers now. Jet ski. I've told the jet ski story a million times. Sea-Doos.
Oh, those are fun. You buy them for life at a certain altitude, and then, or you sell them, and like someone used it at Lake Mead, and then you try to take it into the Pacific or Atlantic, and you wind up having cavitation issues, and it shakes itself to pieces.
Well, here they're really strict on what lake. So every lake you go to, you get a sticker. And if there's a fungus in one, they won't let you in the other. They don't play here.
A few miles up the 5, there's like water vehicle checks and weight checks. And
oh yeah,
things.
And if you're
we protect our water.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't miss. Like I would I have to get the registration for the boat and for the car and for the truck, and this is getting ridiculous. I don't miss that. Matter of fact, on one of my hockey sticks, I have all my old boat registration. Those are a lot of money. There's a lot of money.
The happiest day of your life is the second happiest day of your life is when you buy a boat, and the happiest day of your life is when you sell it. I have a relative who thought that he bought a boat. He's paid $7,000, and it turned out he spent more than that trying to fix it, and he wound up selling it.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing about extended family who owns and flies little planes.
I tried to make a few Alibaba, but it's such a failure, and I feel like a failure because I'm literally sitting in a machine shop with every tube tool known to man watching on YouTube, and I'm like, I just can't do this. Really quickly, Liz has been hacked on everything, so be careful. I again have got about 15 friend requests, and they all don't like me. So just be careful. Be careful. And you're right, it is a talk box. But I have the wah 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 stuck in my head. So just keep an eye out for Liz. She's hurting right now. She got somebody really majorly hacked her. And I'm not gonna go up too hard, but people work hard for their money. Y'all need to leave middle class people alone. Go hack a company. Go hack. I'm not saying that stealing is right, but stop hacking people that have minimum. Just leave people alone.
If you have to hack someone, please don't do it. Hack someone who has so much money they won't even notice.
That's what I got hacked by Paramount Plus. They were charging me on every device, and I didn't notice. I was paying $12.99 3 times. And all they did when I went full Karen, I was purple faced, I lost, and all that happened was they gave me the commercial free version for life.
I have 2 Adobe subscriptions by accident for the cloud.
Yeah, Liz, we do miss you, and we hope you are safe. Only big purchase I will ever want to make is a house. Screw having boats, planes. Boats are holes that you throw money into, quite literally. And fancy cars, lowriders, show bikes, anything you have to get a trailer to tow. Unless you ride it every day, I would try to talk you out of it. Oh,
always get right. Yes. My first and so far thankfully only crypto hack on Twitter. Thanks, Fitz. I like you a lot.
That crypto stuff makes me so purple-faced angry, and it makes me so angry. It's a scam. Until you can back up your own currency, you're a scam. Get out of here. You know what? People talk trash about the dollar, but tomorrow morning, I know when I wake up, when I go to the donut shop, my $4.50 will still be $4.50. And I know that's too much. Yeah. Well, I gave that speech a month ago.
It's not going to change as much as crypto.
No, and inflation has hit hard here, and it's still not. I still know that my greenbacks are backed up. They're federally insured.
By the promise of we're gonna back up this money.
Yeah. Sure as
Well,
gold.
if I hadn't had to give the government $4,000 this month, I'd be happy. As far as I'm not noticing the inflation, it's when I have to give the IRS more money than I thought. They took away my ability to itemize to subsidize the ability of billionaires to itemize yachts.
I have so many deductions, and my taxes are confusing even to myself. And I work for a nonprofit. It gets hairy. I like the idea of crypto when it was a currency, not a security. Thank you. And I'll tell you, like, I used to really be into libertarian radio. And then one day, I'm not kidding you, about 3 or 4 years ago, they switched, and then they just it was a crypto commercial. To the point where every time I click on it, I'm like, you guys used to be cool. You guys used to be so cool.
Okay, just real quick. If anybody hears a squeak, it's my table. Brunhilde is running fine, beautifully. Thank you, Alibaba, for your walkthrough refresher of where all the oil spots were. So but I know somebody will yell at me if I missed an oil spot.
That
and I'm okay with that.
I haven't decided if I'm going to start. Oh, go ahead, Commander.
Whenever I see sewing machines that old, it reminds me of Fiddler on the Roof, where the guy has a sewing machine and everyone's all excited.
Yeah. But my joke about this machine is, since she's from like the 1880s, 1890s, she has lived in this country longer than any family member that I have. We're newer to this country than she is.
Oh, that's funny. I think about that all the time with my older machines. Like, I just look at them and I'm like, how did you get here? I would love to hear every story of every hand that touched you and like had you in their possession. You know?
What did you make? How many wedding dresses, morning dresses?
My Aunt Teresa lived to be 109. Some say 110, but I've seen her death certificate, so you can't lie. She lived to be 109 years old, and she was a seamstress. I have one of her old tables from 1920s Los Angeles. Like, every time I hear her story, it's just unreal because it's from a different planet compared to how we live now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a very famous story in my family. My Aunt Teresa, her husband was not a nice human being, and she took his WW1 revolver and was like, if you ever touch me again, I will hoot you. And she was slamming it against the table, and it went off. And in 1920s LA, she got off. And like she let's just say she permanently lived around my grandfather for the rest of her life. But they always told this story about like, you don't mess with Aunt Teresa. And like, she was, I knew her. She was in her hundreds, and she would drink tequila. And she looked, because she was from a different world, she would dress like Mother Teresa. She was like full gown dress with a head, like she was 100 and something years old, you know. Those old world people were something else. Oh yeah. On my grandmother's side, all the women lived to be over 100. As a matter of fact, my grandmother was the only out of all of her siblings to not make it to 100. She died at the ripe young age of 99 years old, 2 months before her 100th birthday.
Oh, her siblings are picking on her wherever they are now.
Anyone who didn't smoke like a chimney on my mom's side lived into the late 90s or 100s. If they smoked like a chimney, they died at 70 and 80.
Same in my family. All the men, like, it's sad when I say the ages like of all the men, and all the women live well into their like in my family. Like, matter of fact, my aunt recently passed away. She was in her 80s, and she was the first I don't know, in like 400 or 500 years to not live to be 100 something in her bloodline. But we lead different lives. Like modern day people, like the stuff we put in our body is deadly. As far as like grocery store food and like, processed food as Americans, like let's be real. These people 100 years ago, they were all organic. They all ate organic.
Well, Uncle Max, he basically ate lard in the old country when people weren't trying to kill him. And then he came to America, obviously, with my grandfather and his family, blah, blah, blah. And they basically ate the most horrible things you can imagine. And it turned out to be the smoking was what made the life shorter.
Every yes, I hit my inhaler, Phoenix. Every man in my family, no, every African American man in my family who ever smoked died of lung cancer. Every single one on my dad's side, every single one.
Uncle Max, Uncle Max died in his daughter's penthouse with basically he was going to eat breakfast every day with two 20-year-olds on either arm, and he was over 100. Basically, his daughter married one of the co-founders of Intel during the Occupy Wall Street. He was out there with a bullhorn and embarrassed the hell out of his son-in-law to the point where they didn't come back into the country, as far as I know.
I'll spare you the drama, but I am all drama because I own one of these. I do. I carry it in my car too because I need to reconnect my train horn. I thought my train horn was ridiculous, but we have a whole new generation of drivers, so I think it's time to bring the train horn back.
On hot days, you know how some parks have old locomotives? On hot days, you can actually get the train horn to work because it still holds pressure. And there was this one train at a park down in Florida that we kids were able to actually get it to work on hot days.
Oh, that's awesome. I caused so much drama that someone that I absolutely love went under the hood of my truck and cut my train horn with a knife because every time I honked at someone, they threw a beverage at my car. And this person thought I was lying until I honked at someone and they threw a full 32-ounce soda when the window was down and splashed this individual. Train horns are startling. And like go on YouTube and look up train horns. They are asinine. They're rude. They go through your bones. But I think it's time to bring it back.
I love trains. I used to work at some place near the train tracks, and just the raw power of those machines. You could feel them through the ground a good distance away.
You would love my side of town. I live in a weird junction. It's a old train car hobo's dream, but I live in an old junction where all the trains come through. So even where I'm sitting, I can hear the train horn late at night. It's awesome. It's awesome. And I know it's clear on the other side of town.
Also reminds me of like riding the train at Disney World.
Machines are expensive back in the day, but they were built like tanks. The good ones nowadays are pretty expensive too, but not 2 years' wages. I really liked what you said, Alibaba. That was awesome. it kind of makes me laugh how much like modern day sewing machines. When I go to like Joann's and I see the ones that are worth like $2,000 or $3,000, I see all the flaws in them. It's plastic and just hoping they won't break.
Well, and then you've got this new problem that so many of them have computers in them or USB ports that if the tech dies, how do you fix that piece of it? Because so many of them are like digital touch screen computer,
Exactly.
and there's no good way to fix that piece of them. If your tech dies, you're SOL.
Unless you're a technician, and most people they're a sewist. They're not,
Right.
Damn
Right.
it, Jim, I'm a doctor.
Programmers.
Exactly. You need a ship horn with some drivers nowadays, and we need at least to make it so you need to actually put some effort in to get a license. Kilroy, where I live, you could come from the moon and get a license in the state of California. Anybody can get a license as long as you're honest. You can get a license in the state of California. They did that because so many people didn't have a license, and like they didn't have a place to house all the cars they were towing. So, they made it easier. But now, our tickets start at $1,400. So you have to be rich. If you're into speeding, you need to be extremely rich.
Well, and if you have a license, you automatically get registered to vote. So it's another way to like ballot harvest. No, election fortification advice.
We still separate it here.
Okay.
In certain places. Do you know what's so funny? This guy, Bobby Hemmond, I used to listen to, he would always talk about that. And the older I get, now I understand what he's talking about.
I think getting as many people registered as possible is a good thing.
Right. That's not where the issue comes in, but
when I took my road test, it was literally drive around the block. If you don't kill anybody, you pass. I'm such a yuppie. I took my driver's test in a Lexus, and the person was more marveled in the car than my driving skills, and I passed. And I missed a turn that was 80% of the test, and she still passed me. The whole time she was like, "This is such a nice car. This isn't that." I didn't have the heart to tell her I'm a yuppie, okay? Nepotism. This is not my car. This is my parents' car. But she just assumed it was my car because everything was in, same name kind of thing. Because they checked the registration and everything to make sure you didn't steal it.
Oh, that would be great. Here, I'm showing up for my road test in my stolen car.
Oh my gosh. Speaking of which, I kind of have to beret the person at the Goodwill. It kind of made me laugh today. My first test was similar to her. Drive out and turn up the street, 3-point turn, pull back in the lot. I wish. Mine was like a nervous conversation. So today, I went to the Goodwill with young Mr. Sewing, which, funny thing, every time I go, I find nothing that I want, and he finds a ton of stuff. He's like, "Oh, can I get this?" And I'm like, "Yes, it's only $1. Oh my gosh, you scored." But he wanted this Alaska coat, and I was like, "Cool." It was $14. Through all the jostling around, he took the tag off. We get to the counter. I told the lady, like, "Oh, he took the tag off." She's like, "Oh, we have this weird policy." She gave me a hard time. She called in the back. She's like, "I need a tag for a large coat." The girl came from the back. After giving me a hard time, after going full Karen on me, she came back with the $8.99 tag.
You're like, "Yes, please, thank you. Shut up,
I
kid.
was like,
keep your mouth shut till we get
my mouth went, boop. I was like, I shoved my card in there. I was like, boop. Oh, I shut my mouth. So for her going full procedure, she ended up giving me a massive discount. And it wasn't even a sale item. It was not on the color scheme. My driving test, I had a snowplow cut me off, and not stopping at a stop sign just barely cut myself from saying who. You were probably sitting in the car with a person who gave them a license. Oh, that's funny.
Oh, no, thanks, Canada.
This person was just I don't know. I think because I'm easily offended, sometimes I think people are being asinine when they're being procedural, and sometimes when they're being procedural, I don't think they're being asinine. So it's hard to tell sometimes. You know, when you get a license here, you have an option of registering to vote. It's same. And when you renew your license every 4 years, they ask you same. But when you walk in the DMV, they have registration everywhere. Like in California, they have it everywhere. It was a score. And I'm impatient. That's my problem. So, and you know what? I'm gonna say, like, the people at my local Goodwill are like, they're that sloth at the DMV. What movie is that with Officer Bunny? Isaiah. Oh, I miss it when Isaiah was a little guy.
Zootopia.
Yes, yeah. I miss all those movies when Isaiah was a little guy. He would start the movie. I would smoke a doobie in the backyard and come in and be like, "Oh, this movie's cool. This movie's cool." I miss all the little guy movies. Now he's all jaded and watches the first 48. And Isaiah watches Intervention over and over. And I'm like, dude, I can't watch this. I can't sit in the same room and watch people have meltdowns. I can't. I got failed 3 times on my driving test. They liked to see me nervous, but I'd been driving since I was 10, so I wasn't nervous behind the wheel. I can't believe I'm admitting this on YouTube, Mark. I failed the test 7 times, the written test 7 times. To the point where on the 6th time you fail, they make you start all over and take everything all over again. But I hadn't even gone in the driving yet. So on the 7th, they were like, "Do you realize that you basically have to pay a double fee now?" And I'm like, "Just give me the test."
Oh, that was funny. When I moved to Seattle, you just like went to the DMV and renewed your license. In Oregon, they make you retake the written test.
So I got mine in Arizona, which is no secret, and it's good for 50 years. Oregon does not play. Oregon does not play. They want birth certificate, death certificate. They want your uncle's signature. They want your long lost cousin's fingerprint. Oregon, it cuts down fraud because Arizona license and California license are the most. This is from my statistics, the most frauded license in America, at least on the West Coast. So watch the cozy movies, anyways. Don't need kids. I'm like that with these movies now. Like the other day, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs was on, and I'm like, oh, I'm nostalgic. Where's my doobie? I'm nostalgic. I miss those movies when he was a little guy and he wasn't jaded yet. The first 48 Intervention, that kid's gonna need some heavy duty medication.
Right, he's either scaring himself straight or he's like, what drugs do I think might be fun that people don't like go completely crazy on? Like, where are we going with this?
The ones he watched though is Hoarders. Like, I cannot, like, no.
I can't do the hoarders. I don't mind as long as it's not ones with animals. People who hoard animals, no thanks. You're a horrible, weird human.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Waternay. I forget the question now. Here in PA, you can fail the road test 3 times, but you get your learner's permit is canceled, and you have to retake the written and get another permit. It was something like that too. It was something in that realm, but I was like a yuppie and determined, so I just kept on paying and at that point, I'd been driving dirty so long, like I needed to get a license. I got 100% pass on my written test for my car license and boat license and gun license.
Somebody's a good test taker, Mark.
Australia has different.
It's true. Plus, you have to drive on the wrong side of the road.
This is young Mr. Sewing right here, so be nice to him. Yes, don't bleach your skin. Okay, let's have a talk really quick. What's up, Trusty Ape? How's it going? I was wondering why you had difficulty with the written test. Oh, I was a plucky young kid, and the test just kind of scared me. And I thought, let's be real, I just overthought the entire situation. In life, it's really not that serious. And I was a kid. I was an anxiety-filled kid. But StreamYards finally let me put the Sammy Sosa thumbnail up there. Hey, let's have a talk really quick. Hey, are you having a bad day? You having a hard time? Don't bleach your skin. I love you. Some sort of deity, whatever you believe in, it loves you too. Do not bleach your skin. Love who you are. The more you know from the House of Sewing. I feel like we need. Oh, I do not like that angle. I feel like we need that do like the old NBC. The more you know. I don't know why it bothers me so much when people bleach their skin. It bothers me. China and Africa are the number one buyers of skin bleach. Guys, it's okay to be brown. It's okay.
And is that permanent or?
Yes. You're tricking the cells in your skin. It's kind of like
that's an odd thing. Oh no, it just made me think about skin bleaching Michael Jackson and that like AI 3D interpretation of King Tut that they came out with today. That I'm like, and then somebody like it looks like Michael Jackson, and somebody put it posted the two of them together. I'm like, yeah, they've got the same nose profile. Like, it's like eerily creepy. I was like, what is going on here?
Well, by the time that those pharaohs came around, like what we think of Egypt was over 10,000 years old. Everything had come and gone, and they were way inbred.
So, so maybe he could look like Michael Jackson.
And they were conquered. They were conquered by everybody who was around them. So they were a mix of every race around them, you know? Yes. So maybe he did look. Michael Jackson hurts my feelings too, because Michael Jackson got I have vitiligo. I like right here. One of the reasons I grow my my sideburns is because I have white blotches on the side of my face. They've been there my entire life. They haven't grown. You can't even see them when I get a heavy tan, but they're there, you know. Michael Jackson bleached his skin. It's sue me. Send all litigation to the House of Sewing on Twitter. Sammy Sosa looks like a villain from a 1980s, 1990s movie. I think because Sammy Sosa was my guy too. Like when I was a kid, Sammy Sosa was my dude. I paid money to go see him at Dodger Stadium when him and Mark McGuire were on steroids, hitting the most home runs.
Didn't their heads grow?
That's women. But yes, you're
no, it could be growth hormone. I mean, it does make your nose and your ears grow, so it could have been more than just anabolics, because HGH makes weird things grow, not just heads on ladies with anabolics.
Oh, that's so funny. I went to an Asian aesthetics clinic for an open house. When I got my gifts for the giveaway, they gave me 2 tubes of skin lightening cream. Oh, I would have been so offended. I would have taken a picture, put it on Facebook, and ran.
Twitter. Who posts that stuff on Facebook?
Well, I have an extremely large family on the East Coast that lives in Georgia, and so they'd have something to say. If I put 2 tubes of skin lightening cream up, they would lose it. They are, Mark. They are. Like in Africa as well. I was so shocked when you know, it's so funny. Every country is like that, no matter where you live. I even saw it in Israel. In Mexico is the same way. The more light you are, people are nice to you. It's the weirdest thing. Mexico's like that. Pick a culture, pick a sect. In Africa, they separate themselves by where they're from or what tribe. They'll say, I'm Yoruba. I'm, you know, like, oh man, people are crazy. We find the funniest ways to separate ourselves. I choose to acknowledge the call for differences and see the humor in it. I agree. But skin bleaching really bothers me. And still to this day, I don't know why. Just, you know, a PSA from Sewing. Love who you are. And Sammy Sosa, still to this day, I saw it, and it's on YouTube. If you're bored, look up the interview with, I think it's Jim Lampley, or it's one of the old NBC guys. And they flat out asked Sammy, like, come on, I have eyes. Why did you bleach his skin? And he couldn't give a direct answer. He just basically said Sammy's gonna be Sammy. And I know for a Cuban who has lived in this country as long as I have, he's his English is way better. So he was playing. Isaiah the Norman's been Googling a lot.
I was gonna say, I was like, I don't even understand that, so I'm just gonna like make an inquisitive funny face and just leave that to Papa Soa to handle.
I showed him I showed him like the pictures of Asian Jesus, Black Jesus, Mexican Jesus, you know, and they all have mutton chops.
Okay, no, I get it.
He's in I don't like his facial hair, and it drives me mentally insane, so he goes out of his way to bring it up.
These are my mutton chops, Pop.
But I'm not controlling. My mom would have like literally sat on my chest and like just
handed him the razor and be like, hold still, kid, this is gonna hurt you more than it's gonna hurt me.
These kids don't know, man. Like my mom was stronger than me back then, so she literally would have pinned me down. I feel the same way about super pale people who burn themselves to a crisp trying to be tan. That's way more of a thing than back in the day. Okay, Commander. I actually dated a woman who was Norwegian, and she was addicted to tanning. To the point where she was Norwegian, like a real one. And she started getting towards my color. And I would put my armpit next to her and be like, do you realize that where you're from, the sun does
right. Your risk of skin cancer is way high.
I can't even say it.
Oh, it's okay to have sideburns. Nobody's saying anything wrong. I'm just picking on hands.
We're all time travelers, Isaiah. We are all time travelers.
I know, because who is sitting here on an old-fashioned sewing machine making a froofy petticoat?
Are you kidding me? This entire room is the 1970s, 80s, and 90s wrapped into one, you know, this entire room.
With a smatter of the 1800s, or the 1890s for good measure.
Where's my list before I jump too far?
All right, have we gone through the day of holidays yet, or did I miss it?
I had a list, but some of them were like so somber I didn't write them down, and a bunch were of a few diseases that I couldn't pronounce or I'd never heard of.
Well, I might be able to interpret those ones for you. So bring out the list. Bring out the list.
Where did it? Oh, of course it's right here. Hey, to all the realtors in my town who leave this on my front door, I love you guys. I use those pads of paper that you guys leave on my. They come in. I carry it around. The cleaning company that we use in my job, they always give me pads of paper because they know I'm a note taker. All right, so. Where are we going? I'm 1870s mutton chop. Those are like the big English ones.
Those are ones. Yes, if they have their own comb and wax, you can rock them all day, even if you don't. That's just, yes. The most funniest one that I think is like the full Amish, where it's like none in the middle, but just like this piece that meets in the middle. They just.
Oh, that's funny. Do you think the 70s are the best? Is because you've hung out with me, kid. That's why you think the 70s are the best.
Right, because neither of you lived during that. Both of you have no understanding of what that time actually was.
We're both copying my father. He dressed like Willie Nelson. My dad, like, he had holes in his pockets. His jackets weren't like broken in until you could stick your finger through the side, you know.
That's why you put your smokes behind your ear.
Oh yeah. Back when I've set my pants on fire a couple times when I used to I put my pipe in my back pocket. Especially with those cheap Walmart jeans. Oh, Boffy, I miss you. If you're watching, I miss you. On my birthday, I can't remember which one that was. My friend, she took me to Santa Barbara for my birthday, and we're walking down the street, and she's like, I'm like, something's biting me. And she looks, she's like, your butt's on fire. And I start running, and she's literally hitting my butt as I'm running because I set my pocket on fire with my pipe. Don't wear cheap Walmart jeans. I set my pocket on fire with my Captain Black. See, this kid bruz me dead. Bruz me down. Do you know my father would have like sat on me if I brought him? I can no longer flash my pieces on camera, but I have quite a few reenactment pieces.
Right, not during live streams. Oh, YouTube is so dumb. We need to convert everybody. Screaming on Rumble is okay.
See, but that's the thing. Like black where I live, we have some of the strictest gun laws in the country, and black powders are legal. How come I can't show it on stream? I can literally like.
I know, stupid YouTube.
When we have our cowboy, our cowboy and poetry, we have all kinds of cool stuff here, and I wear my my cowboy, my Confederate Colt. And the only thing anyone ever says is, "Oh, that's an awesome piece." That's it. You could grow for a month when the fellas have no shaving thing. I go back and forth with facial hair. I initially grew this out of depression because of 2020, and it started looking good. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to keep the chin strap. Because during the lockdown, I stopped shaving for the first time in my life. So there's a Paul Walker movie called Timeline where they go back to 18th century France. And there's a scene in the movie where they get stuck there. And there's this really logical thing and they're all supposed to be historians. Of course, Paul Walker is not. They all go back in time. And this woman grabs Paul Walker and she's like, there would be nothing worse than being stuck here. We are going to leave here. Imagine if you got stuck 300 years in the past.
Yeah, I'd need a couple of syringes of antibiotics. Some bleach.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't want to interact with everybody. Everybody would look gross. You'd be like, they literally have the pox. They literally have the pox.
No noses due to syphilis.
Like we're after penicillin humans. We are a different shade of human than the people before us.
Right, we'd probably actually go back and kill everybody. It would be
True.
like reverse. Would that put what would that do to the timeline?
Well, okay, where's my old notes? Because there's movie physics behind it. There's different ways of looking at it. Like there's the grandfather paradox where like if you went back in time and shot your grandfather, would you exist?
Right.
I have no shave because I don't like the itchiness of the short I'm so weathered and leathered, I don't even feel it anymore. I was told that Timeline book is really good. Haven't read it. It's amazing. The movie is one of my weird like fall asleep movies. It's literally in my old Mac. I obsessively watch Timeline. For some reason, there's 2 Paul Walker remakes that I absolutely love watching, and it just makes me laugh. Penicillin is a hell of a drug. It literally is like what separates us from like we are more civilized because of it. Our society is in a weird way. But I will say, still to this day, my father said that when he was a child, he had malaria, and his grandmother cured it by wrapping him in some sort of leaves and mustard, and she was literally from the old world. So those old, pre-penicillin, I'm sure there were cures of things that we'd never heard of. And he swears that she saved his life because he did not go to the doctor, and he lived to be 80 years old. As a woman vague but probably not fully white appearance, I would not want to be stuck back in time. I think about that all the time. I wonder how they're going to do that with the new Doctor Who. I just use clippers instead of a razor to avoid any itching. I'm so weathered and leathered. I shave against the grain. I am like bald for real. But let's be real. Like, I'm bald. I have the full friar tuck. That's my European ancestry just screaming through. I would give moldy old bread to sick people. Eat this bread twice for 10 days. It's true. That's true. That's another thing, Butterfly. If you went back in time, we would be wizards. You would be like, hey, build a dam here. Hey, if you guys like want to live longer, stop peeing in the river. Cook this thoroughly.
Wash your hands after you go to the toilet.
Okay, Kilroy. I would feel the same way because I'm LGBT. We've come such a long way, even in the past 10 years. Okay, but if you think about it, Kilroy, if you lived in the Roman times, you would be just like anybody else. If you lived in the Greek times, you'd be just like in the Egyptian times. It depends on what country you're from and what period of time. Because homosexuality, like in the Roman times, you were looked at weird if you were not bi. You were looked at strange if you did not have a lover of both sexes. So that was their social construct, So we're going by the shame, Victorian guilt that we all have. Hey, Romans, lead pipes are shitty.
Yes.
I'll tell you though. And when did the Pope have that weird youth summit with all the Catholic kids in the 90s? I went, and their roads are still standing. I've stood on them. The road.
Oh, and the aqueducts.
Yeah. They have shitty pipes, but they can build some roads. The Romans.
And the Colosseum. I mean, yeah.
Oh, Isaiah wants to argue. We have this argument all the time. He tells me the Greeks weren't gay because they were warriors.
That's not mutually exclusive, Hans. Sorry to burst your bubble. If you don't listen to your dad, then you can listen to Anti-Phoenix or Circle Phoenix.
We have this argument. We have this argument all the time. The Greeks, the Romans, like, what's that joke? What's the joke? There's a Roman and a Greek in a bar, and they're having a conversation, and one says, like, the Greek says we invented language, and the Romans are like, yeah, but we introduced it to everybody. And the Greek looks at the Roman and says, you know what? We invented sex. And the Roman looks at the Greek and says, yeah, but we introduced it to women.
Actually, I think they're both wrong because none of them would exist if there wasn't sex.
No, I know.
Somewhere. But I'm not going to downgrade myself to just a birthing human because my body's never done that successfully. So let's not worry. I'm going to stop there.
That the Romans and Greeks were gay thing is actually a myth. It came from one guy applying his own interpretation to a bunch of Roman Greeks' art. I'm dying on that hill. No, you can find me on a pike on that hill. I am dying on that hill.
We're just not going to, never mind. I'm going to see, never mind.
Here in the House of Sewing, we respect all opinions, bad, misinformed, otherwise. Oh, Isaiah agrees with you. Kid, you need, I'm sorry to pull a parent thing, but I have not heard the pipes going. You need to take a shower. What time is it? Don't you have a meeting tomorrow? I only look like I don't pay attention. And there were so many sects in Greek and Roman culture that were like that. See, and I think that's the thing. In today's world, people become so myopic. And I watch these documentaries and they'll say this one sect was this and this and this. And they'll say that it represents the entire community when really they were just talking about a small sect of people.
And they weren't there. How do they actually even really know?
I think about that all the time. Like, The only reason that we think Vikings dress the way that they do is because of some production manager.
Right? Oh,
The Vikings actually looked like everybody else. They had helmets, they had shields, they had technology that was different and more advanced, but they looked like everybody else. They were bigger, but they weren't,
but also littler though, because the Norse mythology about the frost giants and the gnomes, like they have a high rate of congenital dwarfism and folks who are like 7.5 feet tall. So like they literally grow giants and miniatures.
Oh, that's so awesome. And I'm obsessed with old like movies. I'm obsessed with Buster Crab. That is when they invented on the original Flash Gordon. That's where they invented the Vikings of what they look. Well, they didn't invent. They stole that idea that the Vikings had big, winged helmets and beards. That was
kind of from Wagner and the ring cycle too.
But they perpetuated that stereotype, and they didn't look like that at all. We miss you, Commander. Come on back.
Oh, yes, Kilroy. Take a shower and go to bed, Hands.
Yes, Butterfly. It gets real around here.
House of Sewing. Oh, God. This is the Real Housewives of Sewing.
You know what, Phoenix? There are reality shows for everything. We could do that. We could totally do that.
Like, this is basically the debrief after we've done our production. Like, what are we going to keep?
With Roman studies, they cite a certain written source that it gets taken out of context in a larger picture. Yes, like the Romans were scared of the forest. That was the Varian disaster, though, is what made them seem like they were scared of the Toteberry Forest. Yes, I paid attention in college. They went into the forest and hunts and to cut down wood. Exactly. And they conquered England. What is with young fellas and the tread towards an inversion to
Yeah, there's something about like that 11.5 to 14, 15 where they like stink. Yep. They don't bathe. They forget to wear their Axe stupid body spray, or they use that as the.
Right at the same time. Can't even make that up.
We're sharing a brain. Yes, they think Axe does count as
Do you know what? Ever, and I say this all the time, but ever since I quit smoking, I have the most sensitive nose. So like the teenage angst smell kills me. Take a shower, bro.
Yeah, those hormones just stink.
Take a shower.
You can laugh at yourself, kid. We're not, because you can't laugh at others unless you've laughed at yourself today.
Absolutely. He must be charging his Oculus.
Well, then he has no reason to not get in the shower because there's nothing better to do unless he's just going to harass the chat.
Okay, so today is National Chocolate Chip Day. And I'd like to take a time out for my national cookie. All praise the chocolate. Do you ever remember Mrs. Fields in the mall?
Yes.
Did you ever get a piece of their giant cookie?
Yes. Is that the one who did like the giant cookie cakes? Was it them or somebody else? Those were good.
Well, from my reference, it was them. Because we just go there and get them. But that's back when people would actually frequent malls. When malls were a thing. When I saw that, it brought me back. I could smell it and taste it. And like, I remember what the Mrs. Fields looked like. It was red. Like, oh, where's my piano? Those were the days. But I absolutely was obsessed with that. And they put a Wetzel's Pretzels in the Walmart that we have 4 Walmarts in my town.
That's like 3 too many.
I believe the third or fourth one has a Wetzel's pretzels in it, so we go all the time. Hey, nerdy, how's it going? How's it going? Yeah, it's 4 a.m. in the UK. We are here. We're here for you, though. We are here for you.
I know, because it's only 20 after 8.
Today in 1929, the first Academy Awards ceremony was held. Wow. I've been obsessively watching interviews with Betty Davis in her older age. She was an amazing human being. Her and Lucy, they never lost it. They never lost it.
No, but that statue of Lucy that they put up in Jamestown, New York, it was a travesty of a tragedy.
Oh, I have to look that up now. Is that the one with the scary teeth?
I think so. Yes. It was not good.
Hey, nerdy. You know what? I'm an insomniac, and at 11 o'clock West Coast my time, I start watching Kay Burley because that's 7 o'clock in the morning UK time, or wherever Kay Burley is. I'm kidding. I know where she is because we knew we would be entertaining over here. Absolutely. Now to the important part about cookies. They're supposed to be crispy and not cakey. Fight.
Crispy on the outside, soft on the inside. Crispy and creamy. Cakey, no, that's true. Cookies should not be cake. There's cake and there's cookies, and never the twain shall meet.
I second that motion. I second that. Do you know what's funny? Because I'm a baker, like I make a lot of my own stuff. I talk a lot of trash about all the fast food I eat, but I cook 90% of my house. I sit there when I make chocolate chip cookies or something, I'll watch them. Because I want them to be like cooked on the bottom, but nice and moist in the middle. I said moist on the live stream. Damn it.
I know. Sorry, folks who hate moist. Moist.
It's on my list though of words I used to always say like, and I would say moist to describe everything, and I didn't realize how inappropriate that was.
Moist is fine, but like gets overused. I have a peach petticoat.
Yay! Here, I'm gonna make you big. Yay!
I just need side straps and more trim. We're not quite finished because who doesn't need more ribbons and lace trim? Because who can ever have too much frilly frappery?
It's almost 420, so there's possibly something I could do at this point. I'm glad to see that 420 is celebrated worldwide. Hold on really quick. I have to go parent real quick.
All right.
And I'm not even wearing my boots, so I can't stomp off.
All right. I'm sorry. That bustling cosmopolitan metropolis of Jamestown, New York did not put up a better statue. I know, right? Because if we can laugh about Jamestown, you're from we might know some places. All in favor of say IA Phoenix. Thank you, Waternay. Let's see here, Allie. His name is Nerdy Rodent, and they are awake at all times of the day. The mice I have here come out at night. Right? Yeah, so did the rats who run around on my fence. Stupids. Armadillos, crunchy on the outside, soft in the middle. Yes, that's how my Loki likes to eat his bugs. He likes the crispy, creamy ones. Thank you. We are floofy. Yes, I need more trim and some ribbons to tie it at the waist. And I wonder, it's long enough. It might double as a summer dress and a petticoat. So it's just going to do double duty because I needed a quick project because everything else is going to be hundreds of hours before I have a wearable thing.
And
Take a shower.
Wow. Exactly. No one is under any obligation to this young man. I can hear him laughing. I can literally hear him laughing. Hey, Commander.
How you doing? I'm
Good.
back. I just had to give the IRS the last of the money.
Oh, those vampires are never satisfied.
No, stupid scumbags.
If it makes you feel any better, I have to pay so much. I could have bought 2 or 3 used cars.
I don't want to talk about that. Yes, armadillos, the almost turtles. And turtles are also a good candy, if I don't say so myself.
Do you know what's really funny? I've never ventured in, like, I've had Rocky Mountain oysters, I've had gator, I've had all kinds of stuff, but I've had duck, all kinds of weird stuff, but I've never had turtle or anything in that.
No, I'm thinking of the chocolate with peanuts and caramel, like the turtle candies.
I'm just a gross human being.
I don't think I've eaten.
I had Captain Crunch just before I paid the IRS.
Good. You had to pick a sugar pick me up.
Oh, taxes are so depressing for me because
Yes.
I feel like I'm so ahead and I'm such an adult and I've done all this thing and they're like, I want half or almost close.
Yeah.
The government
and then
is
you
like
pay
my
tax
ex-wife.
on goods. Like, where's the break? You pay tax, and now with the $600 for getting money from something, like you sell something on eBay for $600, you paid tax when you bought the item, and if you sell it for more than $600, you have to pay tax for selling the item. Like, where's the break?
Yeah.
Like, what? WTF? I've got strong words, and
we have the exact same thing here. And now, if I do any job over $700, I have to file
right.
for
You
that
need a
job.
W-2 from there, or a 1099. It's so dumb.
When back in the day, that was nothing. That was like
Right?
I do those jobs all day long. Those are like maintenance jobs, you know.
Right, I know, and now you gotta get reaped up the fanny for more. Yeah, they can suck G's nuts.
And you know it's fun, right? I wouldn't have owed any money if we had the pre-2017 tax code, because I could have deducted my $13,000 of moving expenses.
Oh, stupid sons of guns.
Texas is calling. It's I always say, like, I am middle class here. I would be rich anywhere else. And like, I know someone who lived in a condo who moved to Dallas and lives in a 9-bedroom house and is paying the same price.
My trouble is the federal taxes. Like the state taxes, I'm all right with my taking care of my state, but I also just don't like where my money's being put to.
We get $1,000 a year tax free for our extra jobs, so that's almost covers everything I earn. Oh man, it's that much to get me out of the house, man. To put up a wrought iron fence or something, it costs that much just to get me out the front door. Yeah, but Texas has some other issues. Okay, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I can live anywhere as long as I can smoke pot there.
So Texas is not your state, young man.
But like, I watch people. I watch the strangest YouTubers. I like watching people who broadcast themselves because that's what YouTube used to be. And I watch people of all walks in life, and they puff in Texas.
Yeah, but it's not legal.
I know. And
Texas don't play.
No, they don't. And that's another thing. I'm from California, where like you have to actually commit a real crime to go to jail here. You have to commit a real one, like an actual one of the big R words, you know, or the M word, or we've gotten rid of pretty much most petty crimes. The cops are petty, but they want your money. You don't go to jail necessarily anymore. I read several stories about people who moved to Texas to try to save money. The tax savings were canceled out by their car insurance. I'm going to show up with a 1979 tractor. That's already an insurance nightmare.
Yeah, but driving into Texas is going to be a bitch. You can't afford the gas to get there. Actually, you probably could, but you don't want to.
I wouldn't live in Texas at all.
I don't think the weather would suit me there.
The thing is, like, Texas has the same weather as we have here.
Okay, so maybe I could deal with the weather.
I like green things.
You have to be Republican, man. Comedy. Nobody should do that crime. You know, and that's another thing. Like, I live in a Republican area, and it's there's no difference than the lefty areas.
Yeah,
I
they're
think
all
when
psycho.
yeah, we're all Americans are just we're butterfly gas is $2.89. Gas is still $5 here. Gas is still $5. I don't even look anymore. Honestly, like yesterday when I filled my truck, I stopped looking at around $80. Oh, your machine is sounding so smooth, Phoenix.
It's all thanks to Alibaba, who diagnosed it over the internet and said, oil me here and here and here and here and here and here.
That's awesome, Butterfly. Do you know, Kilroy, the most turf state right now is Arizona. Arizona has passed more anti laws than anywhere else. It's so strange because they're right next to Nevada, which is the exact opposite, and California, which we know is lefty land. I'd melt into a puddle. It does get hot here. Like this morning, it was raining, and then it was 90 something this afternoon. I was in the truck sweating so bad. Oh man, with my work clothes on, I was sweating so bad. We're not built for the humidity here.
No.
At least you're not in Florida. Because then you could get run over by... I think in Florida you can run protesters down with your car and face no legal consequences whatsoever, and then they whine about, I'm being canceled. I need to be able to run people that I disagree with down with my car, but I'm being canceled.
But then they're all about their freedom and Second Amendment. I agree. I grew up with my hillbilly pops, so I could live around those people. I just walk around with a big iron on my hip too.
You're packing, I'm packing. Oh, $1.60 a liter for petrol. Ooh, that's kind of expensive. Yeah, especially if it was 50p. Shiz or snaps.
That's pounds.
No, pence. I know. Or euro. No, yeah, right. Oh, did I say sorry?
Okay, now that I hear the pipes.
And not the one that you're smoking.
I do the balancing act between cool parent and you gotta like actually be a parent, you know. Because my parents were like no joke. My parents were do as I say or you gonna be on a missing poster.
There's no do as I do around here, kid. Yeah.
It was really hot July, August. I'm thinking going north for weather respite in August. I don't blame you.
But you can anti-snowbird. I'm gonna summerbird.
I don't blame you. Last summer was the first summer ever where I was like, wow, I can't take this. It was gross. It was so gross. Was it hot up there? It was hot up there, wasn't it, Phoebe?
It was, and I just wish I could run away from the fire smoke, forest fire smoke, but I have a job that doesn't afford me the luxury of like running away for 6 weeks at a time.
But let's be real, it was Mordor the past 2 or 3 years. Like the sky was black. The sky was black.
It was, yes, when it has that like weird gray orange apocalyptic hue, you're like, it's not supposed to look like this, especially when like Paradise and Happy Camp burned. Like it smells different when it's actually in the mountains versus when you're like, oh, that's a town that just went up.
Yeah. And it was black. Like the fires from Oregon literally were blacking out the sky here. I would take pictures on my Instagram. You can go back and see pictures. I would walk out and be like 11:55, and it looked like that. It looked like the evening, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It just helped bring the temperature down because it was like a giant cloud, so it's a little bit cooler. But
it's when you go outside and the Eye of Sauron is in the sky. Simply, no, it felt like that. It was strange, and there's this weird dampening effect. It's like snow, but in an eerie way. Like snow makes everything quiet.
Yes, that is the forest fire smoke. It does. If you've never, I don't know.
It was unreal. It was.
It is.
I felt like
I
I was in the Lord of Rings.
Yeah, I didn't understand like fire is a season until I lived someplace where fire is a season. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like there's no real words for that. What it looks like, what it smells like.
Mm-hmm. You know what's really funny? I cannot stand that smell of burn of like smoke. I worked for this company called Service Master when I was younger, and I cannot stand that smell of
Mhm.
like forest smoke constantly on your skin. Ugh.
Yeah, because there's like nice, happy campfire smoke, and this is not. It's not that.
It's like what? Plastics and cars mixed in with
Yep.
the wood.
Yes. That's yes.
Water we watch the same stuff. And that is a great ending. Like all the Rose episodes make me cry, and even the Peter Capaldi last episode, the last 15 minutes, I was like hyperventilating, crying. I absolutely love Doctor Who, but it is eerie when it's snowing and it's not snow, and that's what
I
it was
yeah.
like.
Because you have to like your car is covered in ash, and it's so yucky, and it has this odd yucky taste in your mouth that just makes you want to vomit.
There's a sewing machine in here that I always talked about how it had smoke damage.
Right.
And I bought that during the fires. I looked at Isaiah. I said, "Bro, I can't breathe." We got in the car and I just started driving east. And like I literally almost drove halfway to Vegas, but I ended up in a desert town that shall not be named. But if you drive in that area, you probably know. And I bought that sewing machine. Hey, how's it
Hey, hey,
going?
hey.
Howdy
How are
ho!
things? Hey,
I want
Commander.
to.
How are you?
Can I see a teddy?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so adorable. Oh,
My prototype bear. My
the
first ever attempt.
that
My,
is
the bad stitching.
that's a-okay.
Yep.
In the event that you choose to put little eyes, nose, and a mouth on it, sew that first, and then sew it up because it's way easier to do that when it's flat and little. If you need a walkthrough, I can give you a tutorial.
So cool. But yeah, just my first ever attempt at having the pattern, and then it was just an old T-shirt and off-colored thread, and I was just seeing if I could physically do it, and
You can.
You
You
can.
did. It is done.
it is done.
That's why I made that comment in my video. Like, because I hate motivational speakers, but I was like, if you put your mind to anything, you can do it. I hate side pockets, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to quit being a butt and I'm going to do it. And I did.
And they look great.
Thank you.
I just carry a bag, so who needs pockets? They just make my hips look big.
Wood stoves are
I wear a vest. That way, all my stuff can go in the pockets of the vest, and
Yep.
it doesn't look like
Oh my
it
god!
doesn't look
Somebody
like
wants
I
to
have a tumor.
right.
Oh, Commander, if you lived any closer, I would hook you up with an awesome vest.
More patches than pockets, or more pockets than patches.
You can have both. I used to always say function over fashion, but I believe in both. I believe in both. You know what? It's all about trying, because that's your prototype bear, and you're gonna make a bunch and you're gonna laugh when you're like the expert bear maker, when you are the Build-A-Bear.
Right. And that one is your first. Now you have a nice proper pin cushion. That's yours. That's your pin cushion. You can stab it and it's okay. This is my stabby bear.
This is an excellent question. So what's the most unusual thing you've ever sewed?
This.
I have a crazy answer.
You want the glue? I mean, I guess by modern standards, it might be a corset, but that's not really weird anymore. Okay, you want to see my glue? Where it's here somewhere.
Absolutely, butterfly. I have this skill. I was just being a baby because it's such a chore, and I had a pep talk with myself. Like, what are you doing, man? Just put the effing pockets on. Quit being a baby. You know how to do it properly. Come on. It's true. I was being a giant butt over it. Oh, let me make it big.
Rhinestone glue. In case you want a rhinestone have glittery eyeballs, this is the glue you want. It's I guess you need to be outside though. This is fabric glue. So it you're stretching
If you're
it.
inside, it will cause you to see colors.
Yeah, you need to be in a well-ventilated area. This is not glue for like to use in the summertime and when you're no hot boxing on the glue.
We have a saying at my job that if it's not stinky, it doesn't work.
Fair. Oh, you could put glue googly eyes onto them. Oh God.
You know what's so funny? I have boxes of googly eyes because I can't stop buying them every time I see googly eyes. I have big ones, little ones.
Wait, yeah, you might need to ship some up so that you can have googlies.
My 99 cent store. I don't know if a local shop closed or something, but they have all these weird beginner singer kits. So they have the strangest stuff now at my local 99. So I've been buying all this weird crud, but I'm not buying the beginner kits because I'm not a beginner, and like those little spools of thread are not like I need giant.
Why waste your time?
Yeah,
I have this giant spool over here, and I got a sample of like Gutermans that didn't last me like a whole week. I was like, 250 yards of thread is not if there's not 5,000, I don't want you.
Absolutely. Googly eyes for a full damn right. I put googly eyes on everything. And I haven't done it in a long time because no one has like parked close enough to me. But like when people trap me in my car to where like I have to crawl on the other side or something, I will put googly eyes on your car.
No.
And if I'm in my truck, like I have the googly eye stickers, so beware. When the grands are here, we all wear googly eyes on our foreheads. Absolutely. I'm all about having fun.
You want to make a cute dress that's like covered in googly eyes that is noisy and heavy and stares at you.
Instead of rhinestones, just googly eyes. Like
yes, a rhinestone here and there because we need it to like sparkle and bling. But
Gilroy, I'm telling you, at my job, we like we literally see that all the time. We're like, it's giant bay doors. We're like, man, are the doors open? Are the doors open? But if it doesn't stink, it's probably not going to last a lifetime. I am so curious of what kind of glue you use though, because I recently used some cheesy glue and it fell out the rearview mirror fell off on my truck, and I was driving and I'm like, this is the cheapest SHIT. Singer's been making those forever. I saw the Lifesaver Singer Sewing Saver kits a week ago. Yes, they're all over my my local 99 cent store. It's just so strange. Look up 4 big guys. Oh my god, a googly eye dress with that nerdy. That's some Met Gala stuff right there.
Yeah.
This is like seamstress 100,000 pom-poms. Now I'm gonna have to start freaking collecting googly eyes for my 1,000-eye dress. But it might actually probably need to be like 10,000 because it's little, but not that little.
And have the pupils be the little rhinestones so you can still have the sparkle.
Oh God, yes. I know I'm gonna have to double glue, and then sometimes the pupil's gonna be forward if it's the rhinestone, but the googly eye sitting on the bottom, like not looking at you, right? Like this is my drunk dress.
I had to go, bro.
Ideas for big projects that I don't have time for.
You used glue, didn't you? Use the glue that didn't stink, do you? Oh, I have a question. Can I use super glue on rhinestones?
if you want the fabric to like be soft to like move, then the answer is a hard no. Get the E6000 like the dancers and burlesque dancers use, and the gymnasts. This is what they use on their leotards. This stuff is made to move.
I'm sitting. I may or may not have stock in super glue.
Well, you can super glue other things, just not your rhinestones.
Permatex is what I used. They make a black version too.
Well, it's got to be black. Oh.
I use JB Weld for metal.
That's what I use. I use that shit for everything.
Yeah, right.
Is this like the duct tape of the glue world?
Pretty much.
You know what's so funny? Can you show an axe on YouTube? I am so over this.
Yes, it's just a pew pew on a live stream, and it's not even in a video.
I use JB Weld on my axe. I use this for my job, YouTube. This is educational, but
just because he's a serial killer by trade.
We don't talk about this. What happens in Murdered Club doesn't get talked about.
Yeah, that's the first rule.
Didn't you read the waiver?
You read the handbook? Don't make me ban you.
No, I don't know anymore because let's have a talk. Commander, are you still there? YouTube has attacked my channel. They have attacked my channel. Like right now, it says that I have like 600 views on my last video. Go look on YouTube and see how many views it says that I have. Like in my YouTube studio. I said some really.
Look in your YouTube studio. That's only you.
I said some whiny. I'm just saying. I said some really whiny stuff in the feedback thing, and ever since then, I think I brought attention to my channel. I said some really awful things to YouTube, and I may or may not have talked about YouTube's mother.
It's not there anymore. We've got
Thank
a
you,
YouTube daddy now.
But that's one of the reasons I'm gonna just start posting other stuff besides not only on Rumble, but like, oh, that reminds me, is my Rumble video up? I do have that window open. Oh, it is. It's been open this entire time, and I'm sitting here like, oops, I forgot I have a Rumble channel.
You got it figured out how to import your custom RTMPS or whatever RTPS.
I do. Now that my drama is completely over, I'm going to start focusing back on my Instagram, Twitter, and to everyone who's been subscribing to me on Twitter, like, good for you. I haven't posted in a while, but thank you.
You're not selling crypto yet?
Oh, he's so angry. I will continue to say rude things on YouTube Eats every time they ask until I reach 1 million subscribers. You do. They've been really I think it's because I love showing stuff from the 80s. They attacked my channel because I showed an old a clip from Home to Roost where John Thaw was like, "How are you at sewing?" Like they do not like the old clips. Twitter is a hellhole. I miss old Twitter.
Sorry.
No, please go ahead.
I was just watching something today that was using old like footage clips. So YouTube just makes me mad with their inconsistent goalposts and mileposts.
And that was my shtick. Like they're coming after my shtick. They're coming after my routine, you know? Commander, do you get any copyright strikes from YouTube?
No, I get copyright claims like with the music. Mm-hmm. I haven't got any copyright strikes yet.
I can't remember. What is it? Whatever's the Big Lebowski songs. That was the first copyright strike I ever got. I tried to play "Just Looked In to See What Condition My Condition Was In," and 2 years ago, YouTube was like strike, and they striked my channel for 6 months.
Wow.
And then I tried to play the ending of there's a really hardcore part of of a Faith No More video of "You Want It All." At the end of that video, they're rocking out. They're shooting lightning out of their hands. They're in the front of the, it's 90s rock. It's over, it's over the top. And YouTube gave me the option of deleting my channel or deleting that video.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, either way, I guess the video's going away. So
that's why if you look at my Rumble, I played it on my Rumble. I was like, you can't stop me here.
No, Rumble
Well,
is
I mean,
great.
finish what you're going to say.
Done.
You were saying Rumble is great.
Yeah.
They just let you. It's international waters. You can have a knife fight with a gorilla out there. Let's be real. I think
sounds like a party.
Most of my stuff, the video is so original. Wind up. The only copyright strikes I've gotten are not strikes, but claims are just audio.
Uh-huh. They've really cracked down on me, and they went through and they privatized a bunch of stuff. Anything that I played from the BBC, the funny thing is Channel 4 will let me play their stuff. Actually, no, I have a huge Doctor Who clip. It's so inconsistent, I don't even know anymore. Because they let me play
and also there are different rules for streams versus uploads. The algorithm is more hair trigger with streams than uploads.
Well, they love David Tennant, but they won't let me post Matt Smith. I don't get it.
Looks like I got to make my own pair of shorts.
Oh, those are awesome! Do it.
We're gonna have matching spans.
I'm telling you, just grab an old pair of shorts. That's why I do those tutorials, because I want to show people you don't need to buy patterns. You already have patterns in your house and you don't even know it. Or drafting. I watched a video today. What's her name? You got me back into watching her, Phoenix.
Which one, seamstress or closet historian? Or
I think it might be closet historian. She went off about how you're better than you think you are, and you can't draft your own patterns.
Oh, that's from last year. Yes, yes.
It was total motivation for me today. I was like, you know what? I am a sewing machine. I don't need these stinky because it does limit you after a while. You do get limited.
It does, and nobody's the standard shapes and sizes. So if you end up buying a commercial thing or printing something off Mood, and you still have to alter it. Whereas if you have your sloper and your blocks, you can just modify it. You don't yeah.
Oh, I will say, Butterfly, Rumble, it's worth it, but it is just another streaming service to manage. I will say that. Have fun on your Oculus.
That's the only thing I can do is play Funny Bird.
I think that's what's driving me crazy is the inconsistency. And I don't have an opinion on Rumble yet. But I will tell you, they let me play my crummy videos and show all the weird sewing stuff I'm into. It's
free to sign up. If you're people that you like upload to both places, then it might be worth it. It's not. It's growing and it's got its hiccups. So if you're used to the beautiful YouTube experience, they're not there yet. But is for the creators until the end of 2023, the day you sign up, you're monetized. So you can send they call them Rumble rants instead of super chats. And this until the end of the year, they're not taking their 20% cut. So usually it's an 80-20 split for creators to the platform. But they've waived that. So if you send $1, the creator gets $1. And I've made a whole 5 cents over there, and I'm not monetized on YouTube.
Nerdy, I'm making that into a t-shirt. And yes, those are clean hands.
They've been bathed.
If I figured out how many hours that I wound up working on videos to get 102 subs, oh my goodness.
And that's another thing. Let's have a talk, family, since we're all here. Like, it may not look like it, but it's hard work. Living a life, making YouTube videos, and staying out of jail. And so, like, all of us, all content creators work hard on their stuff, whether you think so or not. So it is disheartening with all these new rules. And when people don't watch, that's why I comment on everything Commander does. On people I love, I comment on it because it's important for the algorithm, you know? Nerdy, you have a ton of subscribers, so you're on a different level.
each of those videos on my channel took just the render times, like the render times for the scenes in New York where the ship's coming in. I actually had that rendering for multiple days because, like, my computer would crash and I would have to come back home after work. And we'll give you an idea, each frame was about 40 seconds.
Really quickly, no, Kilroy, I wouldn't be breaking the law. I was just kind of kidding, but now I have Judas Priest stuck in my head, breaking the law. No, I would just find another hobby to geek out on. I actually do woodworking as well. Please continue, Commander. Sorry.
Just, just do the math. And then that video where Marjorie Taylor Greene sheds her human skins and is abducted by the Penguin Commandos, just that intro took multiple days of rendering. And then that Shill's ship that we haven't used yet, that was about 30 or 40 hours worth of work. Because that model holds up in close-ups. Is that a gaffy stick?
Well, I was trying to make a totem pole. This is an old fruitless mulberry that was getting blocked by the sun in my backyard. And so it was slowly dying, so I cut it and pulled the roots out because I have 5 fruitless mulberries in my backyard.
You need some. Oh, if they're fruitless, then you can't even get silkworms and give me worms to make silk with.
Because I grew up around a wood shop, I'm obsessed with carving. I made an ancient Olmec head out of an old oak stump. I am obsessed with wood carving. So if I ever do quit my YouTube channel, I'm just gonna make a woodworking channel.
Well, you can combine both and then fix your sewing table.
They're both just as
right. They're both just as time consuming and just as nerdy.
And they cost just as much money too.
Yes, they are expensive habits.
I own every kind of Dremel you could possibly think of. Like, I got really into woodworking, really into it. I bought a special type of chainsaw with more of a pointed tip. I got really into it. Hey, Sydney.
You have a machine shop. Hi, Sydney.
Well, it's let's be 100%. Everything that I talk about, I inherited from my parents. It's nepotism. I earned nothing. I got all of it because the people before me worked really hard. I just make sure the lights are turned on and I get to benefit from it 100%. I am the ugly side of capitalism.
When I lived in Virginia before I had a house fire, I had a machine shop in my garage, and believe it or not, I actually bought it all myself, and I wish I had that 40 grand I spent on it back.
Yeah.
It's so expensive. Like the equipment in general. That's why
lathes and CNCs and
even like I have a really ancient old table, so I didn't know what to do with it, so I just took it apart and put it on one of my side sheds, and someone was like, dude, bring it to the shop, we can still use it today. Like, and I'm like, it's coming up on almost 90 years old. That's how old the saw is.
That's true, Alibaba.
If
And
carried around
surface
in the shop,
grinders.
I would bet a lot of money.
EDM. I built a heat treat furnace for sapphires. It used molybdenum disilicate heating elements. Anything with silicon in it, as it gets hotter, the resistance actually drops. So you need to pump exponentially more current into it in order to get it hotter. And when that furnace was running, you couldn't have much plugged into the house main.
Oh, I bet.
And then I only got it up to temperature once, and then a house fire happened a week later. We had aluminum wires in the walls. So I lost everything, and the insurance company did not want to pay for all the equipment.
That sucks.
I have an unreal work ethic. And for someone who has half a lung, I run laps around people half my age while smoking a J and telling them you can't smoke here. So yeah, I do pride myself on that. Like and you know what, my body feels tired because I work a hard job, but like, you know, I have to show people, and it's more for me because I've had people before me that got my job and literally put their feet on their desk and gained 150 pounds.
The Monopoly guy.
No McMuffins around here.
It's weird. I'm full Jack O'Neill. The other day, Newey looked at me and he was like, "Do you realize you have a desk?" And I looked at him. I was like, "I have a desk?" He's like, "You have an office." I refuse to go in there. I don't look at myself as the boss. I don't. You know, everyone does their job so well. I don't have to yell at anyone. Like, I used to think Hammer was
big pond.
Yeah. See, but I don't know. Like, I work with older people. The older it's so different. I work with people over 50. They have such an unreal work ethic. They make me work harder. They do their job, then we shoot the shit and go crazy, you know. I really wonder who he is screaming at sometimes.
I was gonna say I heard screaming too. So okay, it's not just me. I was like, am I hearing stuff? Is there a ghost in my house?
And there's a good 2-foot difference between the house and the garage. See, the problem is you can hear it because I connected my house and my garage. So because I covered it, it brought the acoustics down so you can hear it. He's literally in the living room in literally in a different building.
Building yelling and we're still hearing him.
It's California, so we all have shotgun style houses, you know, but like
right, so it's either Minecraft or he's yelling at somebody he's proselytizing to.
Oh god.
He's gained I checked, there are 15 people that joined his religion.
Don't make me spit on Brunhild.
Something reminds me of the episode of South Park where one of the kids becomes a cult leader.
Oh, Cartman. It's always Cartman.
Is that the cult leader of which time? Like the time, the one we became like Hitler, or the one where, or, I mean, that guy.
He wanted to be disabled and he was driving around in his wheelchair.
When he took over as the leader of the Gingers.
That was a good one too.
You almost retired me on that last one, Phoenix. You almost retired me. Oh man.
Oh god.
Poor guy. This guy has a for sale sign on his house. He has what are those cameras called that light up? What are they called?
Motion activated ones with the lights.
But they're called
like the floodlights, or
they're called something though. I always say it, but I'm emotional now. I'm smoking to Jay forget what they're. His house is lit up like Dodger Stadium. He did it to himself. Poor guy. Poor guy.
He's never going to sell his house if they can hear your kids screaming out the outside.
Oh no, I do that to let people know that people and it's not about people of color, because people, they're like, this is LA, so there's all kinds of races around here. We're loud. We're loud. And so I want people to know. Water my
Nay. You got it right. Shut up.
My neighbor next door has a full band set up in his living room, and he's in his almost 60s, so he's loud too. So we're not a quiet neighborhood. I forgot. They're Arlo.
Arlo's.
Who's doing better than him at whatever game he's playing. Slava Polsky.
It's true though, because sometimes someone will say something and I'm like, ooh, you are not in the country that we're in. Because they'll curse them out in their language.
Yeah. If somebody's saying suka bliat, you got to be careful.
Oh, we know Russian cuss words.
Okay, yeah, suka bliat.
Yeah,
you're like, oh,
I know.
Yeah.
The Boyats look Asian, and there's not let's just say that they're doing most of the dying while they're keeping the white ethnic Russians out of the conscription for the most part.
I actually taught my son some Russian curse words, and he mistakenly said it in front of a neighbor of mine who I found out was Russian. So to this day, he lives every time he sees me, we just give each other like the eye of Peter Griffin and that chicken. We just kind of look at each other like, one day, bro. One day. He was shocked that this little boy was cursing in Russian, and this man lived in Russia and is a Russian human being. And he's not small. He's like, he played left tackle for UCLA. He's like our age now. He's in his 40s, but like he's a wall of a human being.
Well, because the pastime in Russia is fighting bears.
And hockey. They're great at hockey too.
Not my 40s yet, thank you. Give it one more month.
Shut up, kid.
One more month and I'll be 40.
Oh, you're almost in the club.
Oh, you baby.
You're there because technically, I'm not trying to get all like Little Light Studios on you, but if you count womb time too, you were there.
Right, you're already 40, so just shut your face. But you haven't reached.
So in real life, I look younger than all of you.
Probably.
Yeah.
Like I said, I started growing facial hair during 2020 out of depression, and I just liked it. I've never I've always had the baby face, and like I talk about it. Like I was a total wannabe Muslim, and like they used to always tell me you have to grow a beard, and I'm like, but this face. And after the 100th time I said it, they didn't think it was funny anymore. Gosh, that was 25 years ago. That was 100 years ago.
Yeah, right back in the dinosaur age when we walked in the snow with no shoes for 10 miles up a hill.
Both ways.
And I thought this was strange because they mentioned it more than once. Today is National Nylon Day and International Nylon Day.
Oh, I didn't put my stockings on.
So for all bank robbers and showgirls, this day's for you, kid. I thought that was so strange. Like back when I used to stream with other people, they would always pick a day. And like now that I look at the list, like you just can't pick one.
I know. I thought you said when you used to strip with others, but my brain filled in words that weren't there.
That too. I was a Vegas showgirl for a while. Go find it on
Now
YouTube.
he strips alone.
Now that's
I'm
for the
blind.
OnlyFans.
I'm still
Love you too,
threatening
Sydney.
that. I am still threatening that. I'm gonna read. Let's see. I have a chemistry book here, a horror
Only
book.
one?
Ooh, great people of the Bible and how they lived. Star Wars encyclopedia. I was thinking about just picking a book and reading it with my shirt off.
Yes. I should do that
Let
with
them nipples
pasties
free.
on, but old-fashioned sewing books. Like learn how to sew in your pasties. Oh, Skids says that's a good idea.
How to sew pasties in the
Oh,
I
I'm sorry.
I got it cut out.
It's nylon the fabric.
Good question,
I
though.
thought it was the strangest thing. I thought it was just the absolute strangest thing.
Glass filled nylon is actually very nice to machine.
Really?
Plastics are like, there's some plastics which are so squishy, they're hard to hold the tolerance. Like Teflon, believe it or not, is, well, you'd believe it because it's porous, it's squishy.
Have you ever worked with Formica? I'm asking for a friend.
No, I've worked with phenolic.
No, because I'm still thinking of a non-conventional top for my sewing machine.
I've worked with Corian, which is it's a synthetic countertop. It's like a plastic, but it looks like stone.
I have
That was actually in the trade school because we had a CNC router, and some place was just giving all their scrap Corian away
Nice.
to the school, not to us, to the school.
Yeah, I get.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, guys.
I got to play with CNC machines and lathes at the university as part of my my degree and certificate program. So it was real cool.
I pride myself when I'm anywhere and someone's like, "Oh, I like that," and I'm like, "I could make that. I could make that, depending on what it is." And I'm old, so certain stinky smells make me pass out.
Just don't pass out into the lathe.
Probably if I want stable financial situation, I gotta look for another carrier because the hours they're giving me are have a lot less.
That
sucks.
Do you think is that a sign of the time, or is that the company that you work for?
I have no bloody clue, but instead of making about 1,100 after taxes a week, I'm making about 1,000 to 900 after taxes. So it's still damn good. It's just that I feel bad because I needed to give the government $4,000.
Like I said, if I told you how much I have to give the government, it'd make you feel better. I have to give them enough for a few cars. I need to adopt a horse or
adoptive taxpayer.
Back in the late 50s, my grandfather had to give the government and the state of New Jersey about $40,000, and he did not complain. Because, well, if everyone's trying to kill you and you know what abject poverty is like, and you're making that kind of money, he was grateful.
I get that in the olden days, but I don't subscribe to where we're spending our money these days, so now it just effing hurts.
My predecessor was like that. He never reacted. He paid so much. Me, I'm in the fetal position crying on the floor.
Right? I'm like having a panic attack. Mainline me some Xanax.
Like, did I make that much? How come I?
How did I make that much money? I tried. What deduction did I not take? Why didn't I write this off? What WTF? Save me.
If I talked over you, Skits, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's probably.
Oh, sorry, no, I just muted myself there. But no, you didn't. You're good. But I do like your. I did want to say that I like your avatar.
Thanks.
The reason I'm asking about Formica is because I tried marble just as a test run, and the metal instantly sunk. It's too heavy, and I have the tools to cut marble, and a marble top on a sewing machine would be flawless. But I'm gonna use it a lot.
What about the glass ones? The new composite glass that's lighter and maybe go to the places that sell them and see if you can get scrap pieces because they might have little pieces that you want.
That's true. Glass would be beautiful.
But that just sounds dangerous. Like, I don't know. Oh no, the Corian, the fake glass.
Corian isn't fake. It's a fake stone, and it's plastic. It's durable. It machines easy, and it polishes easy. It's a good material for making decorative stuff. I can tell you that.
I've been testing a lot of different materials, and I wanted to be something that I'm going to use over and over and over. Because I've been sitting here watching Phoenix use hers, and now I'm like sitting in a room of them, and I'm like, man, maybe I should do something about it. And this white that I'm pointing at, I'm going to unearth this thing. The table.
My white.
No, this is another one. The table.
No.
The table. Oh, don't mind. That's Dr. McCoy. The table has been taken over by the Green Ranger, and my these things were so cool until they broke. I feel like I lived in the future with this thing.
Oh God.
But this was a total
that laser measure.
It's an automatic measuring tape. So I would hit the button, and I felt like I lived in the future. I was
it would come out.
I burnt it out. I burnt this thing out. So now it's just a showpiece in here.
A paperweight.
No, it's a fabric hold. It's a pattern weight, not a paperweight. We're in the sewing shop.
There's another one in here somewhere. But like my old boss, aka my pops, he had it for months, and I was like, what are you hiding? He's like, I'm gonna give it to you and you're gonna break it because you are like a little kid. I said, no, I'm not. I got it and I broke it.
Oh, we've got a new visitor tonight. Scroll down to 2. Hey, Liz.
Hi, Liz.
Hey, Liz, how's it going?
Hi there.
How's it going?
So I
I'm
see you
so
went with
sorry.
real. I'm like, maybe I went with OG, you know.
Yeah. We need a club handshake. But Sydney, there's another one in here somewhere, but I'm a hoarder and I have 9 rollaways. So somewhere, and I have like these really old Lufkin measuring tapes that I use anyways. I feel like glass would be spiffy, but also as usable, as durable as other materials. I just need something that can constantly be used, you know? And I know good old wood. What about wood that put stickers and patches and decals? You know what? I am dead to rights with epoxy. With especially the super smelly stuff. And
Smellier the better.
Oh yeah.
If it doesn't stink, it don't work.
That's old school stuff. I need someone that would put everything in resin. Of course, yes, I broke it. Of course I did.
If you ever get any barrel, there's a chemical called octacon. Octacon, not octagon. And it has the same refractive index as barrel, and you use it to fill fractures, and then you can add different colors to it, and you can make your shitty emeralds greener. You're just talking about resins and
Oh, I've actually seen something like that. Liz, never let them win. That's the only reason I'm still standing here is because I'm stubborn. The more angry you are, you'll live forever.
Until you
Artificial
so
artificial opal's pretty interesting substance.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to remember. Tetraethyl silicate is one of the chemicals you can use. You just add water and you get high proof alcohol and nanoscopic little glass beads that settle on the bottom.
Can you drink the alcohol
Eat.
afterwards?
Yes.
Good for a friend.
Yes.
But you need to make sure it's tetraethyl silicate and not any other chemical used to make opals, because then you wind up, if it's anything other than that, you might kill yourself.
I'm gonna go grab.
It's an additive to gasoline, believe it or not. They don't use it anymore because having little nanoscopic silica beads in your engine seem to cause wear.
Right, because you get all these little knockers.
It was actually an anti-knocking agent.
Oh,
no,
okay,
no,
never
it
mind.
was abrasive. It was abrasive.
Okay.
Oh, Kilroy's going for comment of the evening. Every time you tell the kids to get off your lawn, you add 1 month to your life. I wish that
Kilroy
was
always wins the best comment of the night, though. I might have to agree.
I wish that was.
Oh, there was this ex former Florida state trooper, Hasidic Jew from like the 1970s, and he had an attitude. Well, he retired in the 1970s, and he would wound up cutting curse words in his lawn.
Awesome.
That's funny.
I love aggressive people like that. At least you know how that person feels. So I'm not gonna get the box because it's buried in the closet. But Alibaba. Oh, this is so heavy. How do you fix this? This is the original box for the sewing machine.
I don't think you do.
But because the top, like they are works of art, the top, but it's coming apart.
I would watch.
Oh, you can feel the original paper on here too. This
Who
is
is
the
it? Oh, My Bucolic Life. What's Promethean Sewing Machine? She refinished one of those and added paper. Like she tried to take some of it off and it wasn't working, so she just literally recovered it to like maintain its integrity and kept the locks and made it nicer, but I don't think there's any saving that pressed paper.
This machine still works like it's brand new. It has the same plugs, a 301A, and it's a ripper of a machine, but the box is trashed. But I try to keep things as original as possible.
Make it an art piece. Go outside the sewing machine box on this one, I think.
I think so.
That's my vote.
Oh, Liz. I think so because the I actually put like packing tape around the box and buried it because I didn't want to mess it up even more.
Yeah, no, I think she's got a video where she recovered one of those. I think that's her machine she called Vincent.
My mom is a mean Jewish lady. My mom's a mean Catholic lady.
Aren't all ethnic moms mean? You're too fat, you're too skinny, you don't do anything right, you didn't make enough money. You're a doctor, you don't make enough money, you didn't make it to be a lawyer, you're a failure. Sorry, kid.
Oh, that's my mom. You don't own the planet? You're a failure.
You're not Elon Musk?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
My mom would say, "You're not Elon Musk. Congratulations, you're not an asshole."
Mazel tov.
Vinyl wallpaper. I knew you'd know, Alibaba. But like I said, this thing is it's like brand new. It works like it's brand new. You plug it in, the light works, everything.
Yeah, so just make the box an art piece and just be okay with it.
And accept it.
No. Just do it. You put patches and stickers on everything else. Just go outside of the sewing box on this one.
You know why? It's the only reason I even still have it in the box is because I have all the original pieces, and it's rare that I get a older machine with everything.
There's nothing wrong with that. Just fuck the case up to
Yeah.
nonsense and enjoy it.
I'm gonna have a Viking funeral one time. I'm gonna take it out to the lake and burn a bunch of stuff.
I can
You guys
smell the
Just
lemon
make
here.
sure it doesn't come ashore and set the state on fire.
I was gonna
Oh, God.
right. You might get just like the folks who had that horrible baby shower or
Oh my
unveiling
God.
party that was a travesty of $1 billion.
We have control burns here, and the fire department will come out and watch you if you know what you're doing.
I know, but we're getting to the end. Here we only have till June 15th. Get your burning done, kids.
That's why she's 80. My mom's like 10 years younger in that age range.
Oh, your mom is as old as my mom.
My father was almost 16 years older than my mom, or something in that range. But when you get to a certain age, you know.
Everything dries up and you're nasty.
They were both. You know what's really funny? It's so funny you would say that. At my wedding, my pops gave a speech, and he's like, you know, you guys are both beautiful and good looking now. But you better really like each other, because you're going to get old and ugly. You're going to gain weight. You're going to get hair in place. He went off, and everyone started laughing. And it was kind of true.
It is kind of true.
Only you lost the hair.
Right,
Yeah, when I
unless
see my
you're one of the
hair-
old ladies and then you become a bearded lady and you're like, what? Ladies aren't supposed to have facial hair with the 5 o'clock shadow. Oops.
Some are, depending what region you're from. We don't shame here.
Right?
I've
It
been to
happens
certain parts of certain. There's nothing wrong with a stout woman.
Or a hairy lady.
And up until the internet, quite a few women had mustaches up until we all started looking at each other.
Right.
My dad told my mom, better be an old man darling than a young man's fool. He was 19 older than my mom. Absolutely. 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 I think I would have to watch that Promethean video.
Yeah, I really like the way she does her stuff. I know some people don't like her, but what is it? Promethean Sewing Shop, and she sells the stuff that she's been refurbishing, and with all the time and stuff, I've not seen anything over $300 that's like fully functional and looks cute.
What does AFK mean?
Away from keyboard.
Oh, see, thank you.
I didn't know that. Thanks for learning me a new TLA.
The youngin' in the room finally.
I know the baby knows everything. This is going to be the joke of the century now.
Quite literally, all four of us, if we lived in the same area, we would have gone to high school together. Quite literally.
So Commander and I are the hardline Gen Xers, and all the rest of you are like millennials. You're millennial. Okay, fine. I'm Gen X, and I'm gonna die on that hill. Damn it!
But you literally are on the cusp.
I know.
Your age is where they cut it off, and mine is the beginning of the millennials. I'm just now accepting it. I'm better than you because Gen X is the best. I'll take it though. Elder millennial. One more patch. I'll take it.
Because we can all CYK.
Yet another skill learned on the House of Sewing. Thank you, Butterfly. Thank you. I had no idea.
Right. Takes a baby to learn us something.
I spent my entire 20s away from a computer. Like, I was very outdoorsy. I lived in Oregon. I traveled through Washington. I traveled around. I got a passport. So I really didn't get into the internet until my late 30s. I was doing stuff.
Ooh, mushroom chicken. Stop making me hungry.
No,
I should check the chicken on my stove.
And then you found the internet and you realized there are people who think the earth is flat.
I say this to you all the time, Commander. I had no idea that young earth creationists, I thought it was a joke. I thought young earth creationism was a joke. And flurfers. I didn't know these people legitimately carried that label. I thought they were like, I thought it was all Leslie Nielsen satire. I'm just being on. Yeah, the internet did change my life in that way. Where I'm like, oh, these people are real.
Operator Starsky says there's a huge flat Earth community in Russia.
Really?
Really? Oh,
It's kind of like the whole country is mind fucked.
Speaking of which, the Russian zombie drug has found its way to Los Angeles.
Oh.
Crocodile?
Yes, the sheriffs showed pictures and everything, and they're like, yet another reason to hate Russia. They don't play in LA County. The sheriffs went on the news and were like, it's here. Blame the Russians.
Well, they are hard at work trying to destroy every Western country from the inside out, with the bot farms, with the division, with just all the creepy shit.
No, I know Kilroy, but not in the way of now, where it's like zombie flesh-eating virus like it was in Russia. Nerdy, I'm not kidding you. I didn't know, like, I had an idea. I knew these people were around, but I didn't know that they considered themselves to be legitimate. I was like, what? You that's your side, bro? Like, no.
I see what you did
I
there.
think I've been saying this since I was a child. Because I grew up since I was a child, since I got on the internet, when I acted like a child. When I grew up, a child of NASA. My dad worked for Rocketdyne. He worked for Boeing, NASA. We would watch the space shuttles come in whenever they would come on the Ventura side. We would go to the ocean and watch them splash down. The Navy would pick them up. It's real. Like there are people who have actually witnessed the round Earth. I don't know. Flat earthers, like,
bleep spheroid.
It takes a special kind of dance.
It has been here for years, Kilroy. I like that Promethean takes unsolved to beat up machines and makes them functional and something people find aesthetically desirable. That's definitely a skill that I'm working at. But I'm more like, I just want to get the machine running. Makes sense, Kilroy. Older, old-fashioned generations around change one's perspective. It's just yeah, so the zombie drug has made its way, and I saw it on the news today. And if the sheriffs are announcing it, then it's a big deal. Because go ahead, Phoenix.
It's here where I live. I have somebody who's just got a job at the Department of Health in the needle exchange, and yeah, we've got Trink where I live. So if I got it here, you got it everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm craving those taquitos again.
Okay. No, let's go to the place that's got, what is it, tacos and pierogies.
Oh, this is why I miss living in the city. I actually, when I was younger, I had a friend where he was from where I was from. We were like the same person. He was I thought he was half and half like me, but he wasn't. He was Jamaican, but he didn't have a Jamaican accent. His parents owned a restaurant called Munchies. They were so smart. They were, and this was in the 90s. They were before their time. They served everything. If you could think of it, they served Chinese food, because they could cook for real. You know, so on that side of town, they got famous because people were like, bro, like, these people are cooking for real. It was such a good idea. It was just such a good idea. Now Jack in the Box does it.
Yeah, but not good.
No, these
actually,
people
I've never been, so I can't say. But
no, you're right. It's not good.
Okay.
You've never been to a Jack in the Box?
No. I've never been to a Jack in the Box.
Well, that's because you live on the East Coast.
If they've got Jack in the Box on the East Coast, I still never went. I know.
Yeah, it's my least favorite of the fast foods.
Because of I traveled around all throughout my 20s. I was kind of over fast food. When my son started eating it again, I think it's all low par and subpar. And we need higher standards in our country and around the world. We need to think better of ourselves, says the guy who still eats fast food. I'm not trying to. We don't have crocodile here yet, just loads of fentanyl. We get crocodile, just get somebody be a bloodbath. And how many people are out here? Yikes.
Oh, yeah.
I'll never. Nerdy, that's because you live in the UK.
I know, but I do have a Five Guys, but I've not been there either.
But don't they have the UK has our food? I laughed when the KFC went to when KFC came to England and people were doing mukbangs.
Are you sure?
That's a way to destroy yourself.
Yeah, avocado.
He's
right.
Mukbangs,
All
where
of the
you
above.
basically pile huge amounts of food into your face on YouTube for
I can't watch
money and stuff.
I can't watch those. I can't watch people hurting themselves. I cannot watch those.
I know that's almost worse than watching people do drugs. Like I can watch you snort stuff. I don't want to see you stuff food in your face.
That's why, like, recently with Isaiah's binge watching Intervention, I tell him, like, bro, I can't watch this. I cannot watch this. I think he puts it on purpose, drive me out of the room. I'm like, bro, I cannot watch. And he puts it on in his room. I'm old. I have a TV in the living room, in the kitchen, basically everywhere but the bathroom.
You've got one too many TVs.
And there are actually people who promote the idea that you should be obese. I'm not saying that we should be mean to people who have meat on the bone, but the idea that people are promoting obesity.
I told this story yesterday. I am very close with my mother, just as close as I was with my father. My brother came to see my mother, and we all went out, and I was at my mom's house, and my brother came to the door. Keep in mind, he's 5'6", okay? And my parents have been married a few times. This is my brother. He's from a different marriage, but I still call him my brother. He's 100% Hispanic. He's 5'6", okay? Keep that in mind. He has weight issues, so he turned the corner, and I turned the corner, and he's like, "Have you accepted the Lord Jesus Christ?" We had a good laugh. You know, me being an atheist just bothers him. Long story short, he weighs almost 400 pounds now.
Big boy.
My mother, and keep in mind, my brother was a Marine. He's ran over 20 marathons. He was a real humanitarian. He was a big brother. He ran Toys for Tots in his, like, he was Skits. Imagine if Skits gained 200 or 300 pounds. Well, you're taller.
Little?
You're taller than all of us. Like, it was just sad. And my mom, when she turned the corner, I was looking at her because I wanted to see her reaction. She literally just looked at my brother like she was startled. You know, I don't know.
I lost over 100 pounds in the last 3 years. That's an entire person.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. And I know there's so many folks who are like fat positivity, body positivity, but that was meant for folks who are like born with a defect, war injuries, horrific accidents. Being fat of your own choosing, you do not deserve extra privileges. I'm sorry, cancel me, hate me, do it. That you think that you can like deserve an extra seat on the plane because your big fat fanny can't fit in one seat is a you problem, not a everybody else problem. And flying is fucking expensive. And if you can't comfortably get out of bed, do a squat, get your butt off the floor, there's something wrong. And we need to find a way that it's not like body shaming, because I'm short. I'm shaped like an hourglass. I'm never going to be Kate Moss. It's not my genetic potential.
But let's be real. This country, we are dying because of heart disease. We're dying young because
people are fat. What are we going to do? What's the standard that we can agree on?
We're leading to. That's the problem. And I don't want anyone like my brother and I have had ups and downs, and in no way, shape, or form am I dogging him as a person. It was startling to see somebody. This man raised me. He was like my hero. This, like, I talk about it all the time. Like, I was raised by real men who weren't weirdos, who were men. So when I look at my brother, I look at him like my second pops. Like, oh man, like, what have you done to yourself, bro? And we were not as close anymore. We don't talk anymore, but we, we're still cordial when we see each other. But like, this guy, he's fought 4 or 5 wars. He's ran 20 marathons, and if you looked at him, you wouldn't believe him, because he's just.
Oh, hey, Sydney, for the short crew, you're taller than I am, honey.
God, I got a full foot on Sydney.
Shut up, Tessa, you got more than a foot on me.
And another thing, I work out because of my health issues. So like I maintain my weight because of, like, I can't gain weight because I won't be able to breathe. And he has asthma too. I don't know how he carries that around.
Well, I guess he's primed his muscles for the day he's going to be carting his oxygen tank around. Like, not to be flippant, but...
I think, Kilroy, I agree with you. I'm the same way. I'm not body shaming, but my whole point is, like, when I look at him, I see myself because we have the same breathing issues. He was labored walking from the car to the front of the house, and he never smoked a cigarette a day in his life. He was he was the quintessential soldier. Like, he never smoked. He drank rarely. Like, he was fit, So it's strange to see someone change that much.
I smoked like a chimney and drank a hell of a lot when I was in, but that's a.
Is it wrong to say that that in the UK America is famous? No.
No, it's true. I'd say that. Yep.
We're number one.
Absolutely. That's absolutely, sadly, accurate.
Yay, Sydney's glad she's tall. So I don't know. This cat is taller than I am, and my cat's name is Loki, and Freya, who will maybe show up as a big black.
I'm almost 6 foot.
Oh my God!
Wow!
Stop short shaming me. Just joking.
Well, my mom is 5 foot tall, and both her parents were teeny. I get all my height from my dad's side.
Right, and better food, because once we left the gulag, like, we had nutrition, because my grandma was only like 4'10".
I think about that about my dad. Like, his dad was 6'7", but my dad was 6 feet tall. Do you think that's because he had malaria and poor nutrition? Because he grew up like Ray Charles?
Yes. I'm gonna go with yes.
He talks about it all. He used to talk about it all the time. Like, he grew up literally, like, if they got a cow, like, they had to take care of it because that's what they were eating all winter.
Right. So the cow got more food. Cow got more vegetables than Papa did.
Yeah, exactly.
On my dad's side, they were the American giants, and on my mom's side was the short immigrants.
Yo, it's okay. That's
my brother was a teetotaler, Kilroy, because he grew up around my dad, and he grew up when my dad was younger, even crazier. So he grew up around like the crazy non-vets. And so when he was a vet, he's like, I'm not going to smoke. I'm not going to drink. I'm not going to be like these guys. Because he had the example.
Mr. Foley, the high school science teacher who taught us stuff that you couldn't teach after 9/11. All of us, he was going to teach us kids to fight the Eichmanns. And, well, you can imagine chemistry and teachers teaching you to fight the Eichmanns.
Oh, wow. Really, according to your chart, I'm tall. Thank you for making me feel tall. Thank you.
Just thanks for reminding me how tiny I am. Thanks, I'm the midget of the bunch.
Mark Short, you're like Batman. Oh, every time I think of anyone breaking their back, it makes me just like, oh, I've worked with many quadriplegics and and fun fact, kids, I've known quite a few people that have car surfed and end up in wheelchairs for the rest of their life. Quite a few people. Ooh. So car surfing is not what you like. And this is like every It seems like every like 10 years, the generation thinks they're better than everybody else, and they think that they're invented something. Car surfing will put you in the hospital. Perhaps your brother is using food for dealing with PTSD or some trauma. My family is nothing but PTSD and trauma, so I'll accept that. We are just drama.
Statistically speaking, men die of stupidity until about the age of 30. His leading cause of death is stupidity. Car surfing, you brought that up.
Oh yeah. Oh, car surfing it's so scary. I think about all the dumb things that I did as a kid, and I'm just like, wow, I'm lucky I'm still here.
I'm just lucky I can still thread this sewing machine needle.
So there's really no comeback on this box unless I take the paper off, huh? That sucks.
Just recover it. You don't even bother taking the paper off because it might affect the glue that's holding the press paper together. Just cover it and clean up the locks and just be okay with it.
Maybe you can take a picture of it, replicate the pattern, and then put the old pattern on a new, put the same pattern on a new box.
You could, but why not just make it pretty and fun of whatever you want it to be? You don't need to be locked into like the options you had. You've got more options now.
I've weirdly been on that lately. I'm trying to step outside my own box. I'm trying to challenge myself. That's why I made a tennis green ball coat. Car surfing is more dangerous. Like, imagine car surfing on a Tesla.
Right, it might run you over without anybody paying attention.
Well, there's nowhere to stand. Cars were more square back in the day.
Actually, you might do more damage to the Tesla because it's all fiberglass and nothing. It's not like steel and old-fashioned cars.
No, okay. So I had no idea because my son is so much like more into the world than I am. I live in Yuppie Land. Okay, I've said this a million times. My neighbor, their son owns a Tesla, and he, Isaiah and I, we walk a mile or try to every day. When we walk around, Isaiah is saying this and this about a Tesla, and he kept on saying a frunk.
Yeah, frunk.
I was like, I said, what's a frunk?
All right, what baby? What's a frunk?
It's a front trunk.
It's a trunk.
Oh, like a boot.
Yeah, because they have nothing in the kid opened up the front of the car, and I'm like, where's the effing engine?
No, that's like a.
It's in the back.
It's right. It's
I
backwards.
feel like such an idiot.
Oh, it's like Australia and the UK. That you guys are backwards. Your trunk is in the front, and then you call it a boot, which doesn't make any sense. And the engine's in the back.
You know, oh, nerdy people are crazy in America. We're crazy. We're thrill seekers. I had no idea, and I looked at him like I just learned something today. I just learned.
Shit, you learned Papa sewing something. Good on you, kid.
And the
I refuse to pay them. Oh, go ahead, Skid.
So a lot of the Teslas have 2 and 3 actually electric motors that are just mounted in line in the actual anyway, the drivetrain. So yeah, but yeah, so it's ridiculous. They that's how they can get besides the instant torque, how they can get so bloody fast. They have 3 separate electric motors.
I agree, Kilroy. That does sound like a slang. You mother frunker. It sounds like an insult.
Like a slur.
It does. Yes, it does. That is interesting, though. I want to tell you, like, I refuse to pay that much for a car, so I will never know the inner workings of a Tesla because I refuse. Even if like right now, I'm fixing up my old truck because I refuse to buy a new one because my old one's better than the new one.
Right, and you don't have to worry about the chip shortage and all the other stupidness going on in the world right now.
And I own it, so I can do anything I want.
Right.
I could smoke in it. I could kick it. Fall asleep in it. My uncle had a SUV.
Tesla. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Did that have a frunk? I am so curious now. I am so curious now.
Oh, maybe no, Musk bought Tesla after it was already in business, because I was going to say, I wonder if that's a South African thing, because they're also basically English and Australian.
Yeah, they are. Just like
but they're
Jamaican
not,
too.
because they're Dutch and African. But
Well, Africa is funny. Like when a long time ago, I knew people in the Black College Student Union, and everybody from Africa spoke a different European language. It depended on what colonial power
right,
was in their
French, Dutch,
country,
English.
So the more north you were, it was Dutch and French, and the more south, it was English. It's actually really interesting to hear, or like Mozambicans speak Spanish. Or they speak.
Right, because Spain colonized everybody too. Like, hey, you Catholic, we Catholic, we impregnate you.
I was watching a documentary about, and this guy, like, he took over Mozambique, and like he put instead of he did take care of a lot of collaborators and traders, but he like brought the traders into these halls and would give them speeches, and he was like, I'm going to integrate you back in the country, but you guys are traders. You sold us out. And I'm watching this and I'm like, wait a minute. I understand what he's saying. Because I was so into what he's saying, I didn't realize that he wasn't speaking English. And I was like, wait a minute, we speak the same language, It was so interesting. And they speak Portuguese, but they speak Spanish. Oh, it was so interesting. So you never know. Frank is from the man. I still want to know what my neighbor who drives the Ferrari or Lambo, whatever it is. I want to know what they do for a living.
I know what my one who wants to own that does for a living, and it's just weird flexing and family money.
That's true. Like, it's so funny. My pops made me promise I would never make a stupid expense like that, and I bought a tractor instead.
Well,
but tractors make money. It's not that Australia that has engine and trunk reverse. It's just they call them different names. Yes, it is the bilingual experience. It's all who I'm standing next to, depending on what language they speak to me. It all depends on who I'm standing next to. My uncle is a multi-millionaire. Oh, hook him up.
Yeah.
Hook your brother up. Sewing machines.
My ex-wife and I were talking about this. She's really mad at her husband right now. And she's like, the next guy, I'm going to get with this a millionaire house. Like, well, if he doesn't work out, hook me up.
Well, because the first time you marry for love, the next time you marry for money, I don't know what you do the third time, like sex.
Yeah.
If you still got it, like, what's number 3?
Well, we're Southern
Life
California.
insurance.
So we
yes, I would take health insurance, life insurance. Both of those work.
I have a T-shirt. I should start wearing it more because it always gets a reaction when I wear it in public. It says, "I'm hoping for friends with benefits," and then in small print underneath it says, "No, really, I have bad insurance." Every time I wear that, someone talks to me. Every time I wear that. Every time I wear that in public, some poor woman's like, "Well, I could save him. I can save him." Oh, I love snarky T-shirts. I'm that geek. If you ever wonder who is wearing this, I have a shirt that I bought at a Goodwill on the border in Oregon. I believe it was Ashland. I don't even know anymore where I was. I was out somewhere outside of Phoenix, but it says, "I'm immature." No, it says, "I'm lazy, unorganized, and immature, but I'm fun." I still wear it. I wear it at work.
I don't know this place of Ashland, Oregon. Never been there. Never met her. Don't know who she is.
The reason why I still remember that Goodwill is because it was so much cheaper than my own Goodwill. I went crazy.
And it's tiny and crappy.
Oh, I went crazy. I'm a T-shirt guy. I went through every T-shirt. I went crazy.
And Sydney, no, when I die, I want it to be a sad day for everybody.
That's the best answer you ever got.
Even my unorganized ours has life insurance. I
you
want
got
to be.
no, you got a kid too, Skits. Never mind. I was gonna like kid shame you, but I did.
And kind of as revenge to my ex-wife, I think I just might give her everything I own, just so she'll have to deal with it.
Right, give the kid the life insurance and the ex-wife
All of
the
it.
property.
Like, fine, you've wanted it here. All the sewing machines too.
What was it? Al Bundy is like, that's it. You're in the will.
Yeah. We still where I'm from, if you say don't take checks from this man, I know how old you are. Because you're making it Al Bundy. Yeah.
Oh,
Al Bundy had in all the stores you would go to, there was a picture of Al Bundy that said, "Do not take checks from this man." My local hardware store, I take a picture of it every time I go. They have a wall of shame. Where they because it's a local hardware store. They're not like, it's literally like the people from my area came together and made a hardware store. And people steal from them, you know, and so they shame them. My favorite teacher says no large letters on the front. I love snarky t-shirts. It takes work to fix the old ones, and then they become cheap for you. That's true. It is true. I am truly confused today. I'm wearing long sleeves and shorts.
Oh, you sound like you're from Western New York with the fat boys I know.
It was hot and cold at the same time today. Like, it was crazy.
I know, I had thunder.
I still don't know what to do with my. I'm gonna go to the sewing room real quick, but I still don't know what to do with my long coat because it's dramatic. Part of me wants to just keep it black, but the other part of me is like, put a patch on it.
A black patch.
Well, I have.
Yeah, black on. Let's do it monochromatic style, subtle. You really have to be up close and looking at those stitches to notice it.
I made a bunch of patches like that on my okay, so my stalker machine died again. I'm fully convinced that my brother PE 535, like, it works when it wants to.
So she's a lady.
I had no. It was firing. It was working great, and then the stalker machine died.
Yeah, it sounds like a lady.
Hey, so to whoever sent me that machine,
We heart you.
yeah, since you love me, why don't you send me that $10,000 Juki? Show me your love.
Oh, God. Oh.
I'm not kidding. I was gonna say, oh, I'm kidding, but no. Some, like, you know, it's really, it still creeps me out that someone sent me that machine. They know my real name and sent me. It's not hard to find. Let's be real, but like, they sent it to my house, you know.
And if you got some extra, I'll take the 10 thread baby lock or something better. Embroidery machine. It doesn't need to sew. I've got a sewing machine or two.
So ironic, in a really ironic way, Waternay, I thought it was a San Francisco jacket because the Japanese jacket has, if they're large denim jackets and they're made like that for a reason, because they damn near lived in them. San Francisco was born from poverty. It was poor people putting designs on their clothes so they felt better about themselves, and then it became something that people in Japan were like, wow, this is amazing, you know. But San Francisco literally was like poor people up. It was like original upcycling, I guess. But when I saw it, I thought it was a San Francisco jacket, which are extremely expensive. At least to an American, they're $300 or $400.
Well, it will be a very expensive jacket eventually.
Well, they're just giant denim. Giant denim coats with the flared cuffs.
Mm-hmm.
Now I want one so bad.
Well, you've got a sewing machine and more fabric than one human should actually own.
I'm gonna make that Dick Cavett outfit though. I am going to make it. I am fully in my 70s era right now. Like full blown, like, you don't see it, but there's a disco ball in here right now.
Still alive, still alive.
Skits, what are you looking up? Oh, you're muted.
Oh, damn it. I was just
You just had that look on
random
your-
stuff on Twitter. Like I was like somebody posted something. I just realized how horrible of a person they are.
I fall down those same hole. No, Twitter is awful.
Stop following my Twitter feed.
No, like Gilroy says it, like it's a hellhole. Twitter, I go on Twitter and I'm like, why did I just waste 45 minutes scrolling? Why did I just
Oh man.
I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, we've got black work, and you should do monochromatic. Oh, I think he already pulled up those chats. All right, I guess we have to talk amongst ourselves. Put us up on the chat.
Damn you, you're letting us down, chat.
I know. I have nothing to read. I only have. Well, okay. So I finished my petticoat, and I have working on my pieces for. This is a sleeve. Because I decided to try raglan sleeves on this house coat because I like the way they fit. But have I done a raglan sleeve out top before? No. So why not spend hundreds of hours on an outfit that you hope may or may not fit? But it's supposed to cover your nightie, so who cares?
God, I can imagine like you're spending all this time to like for no, not particularly you, but like someone spends all this time creating like an entire outfit, sewing it from hand, and by the time they're done, they've either gained a bunch of weight or lost a bunch of weight, and it's no longer even close. Like, oh.
Don't remind me of my summer clothes from last year. My sunflower shorts, they need to fit again. I'm stupid 2 inches. Let's see here. Sydney says, what is your HG vintage antique machine?
HG.
I don't know. I Twitter so I can talk to a friend of mine. Yeah, I've curated my Twitter people I follow to people actually who I watch on YouTube's and if you have a cat, you get bonus points because you can't be unless you're a horrible person. If you have a cat, you're pretty good in my books. The problem comes when you attach the sleeves. The change makes it seem strange, but it's really the same method. Yeah, I have the pieces cut out, and I like the way a raglan sleeve fits because
Holy grail.
I have huge shoulders and a narrow rib cage that tapers down. So I don't like those boxy sleeves because they just make my chesticles look huge.
I feel weird when I have like boxy shoulders or like shoulder pads. I'm so glad that style of the 80s is over. May that never come back. Even though I have a mariachi jacket that I wear.
I know, but people have been redoing like the 40s and 50s, and they have shoulder pads also. So they're kind of coming back in not 80s style ways, but 1940s style ways.
Was that ever like who was like I need shoulder pads?
It was to get the silhouette. It's the same way that like your corset fit, but you like had bust pads and hip pads to get the measurements right because they were all based on a table of perfect measurements. Am I here? Who's humming? Is it just me?
Hold on.
Maybe it's just my earbuds.
No, it was you.
Okay.
It's not humming anymore.
Okay. Thanks. I was just making sure I wasn't having a seizure.
Same. Trust me, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm an unhealthy person. I'm like, okay, I just want to make sure you saw that too. And I was hallucinating.
Fear, but it's different when you may or may not live with a human who has a seizure disorder, and they say certain things, and you're like, "Did you smell that?" I'm like, "No, you may or may not be having a seizure." Like seizures are weird. So I just leave it at that.
I smell burnt toast. Oh wait, that's a stroke.
That's the nicest of the ones. The worst is like rotten meat or like rotten kitty litter. Like nobody has nice smelly seizures.
I actually used to live with someone who was epileptic, and I've had full conversations with them, and they're like, there was one time where they were telling me a story about going to the hospital, and they didn't realize that I'm the one that took them there.
Yeah, no, I can, yeah, that post-ictal phase is weird. Do my shoulders look big in this? I don't know. I'm just broad-shouldered, honey.
It totally reminds me of a Doctor Who episode where they were trying to figure out where they were, and Matt Smith was like, shoulder pads, high hair. He's like, we're in the 80s. He knew exactly where he was. I talked to Frank from TRG, and he was there for me when my daughter passed away. He was there when it happened.
Oh. Yeah, may yours and yours be held in love and compassion.
Yeah. Frank. The Greek Room is an interesting channel.
Oh, okay. You know, I never really got into a lot of that.
Yeah. It's a lot of just pointing and laughing at lolcows and whatever you call them, and yeah, you do you, boo.
Because I came into YouTube at an older age, there's certain things I don't watch.
Yeah,
there's certain traps I don't fall in. I try not to fall into.
Yeah, we don't watch Jake Paul around here, or Logan for that matter.
Oh yeah, got the douchebag.
They were the only reason I even knew that they existed is because they were on our local news. Because the locals, every time they would move somewhere, the locals were like, nope. You bring
sounds like Amber Heard. Spain's like, we don't want you, B.
A lot of locals are like that. They'll ask you like, "What do you do for a living?" And if you say YouTube, they're get the petition, get out of here. Rap, and it's not just YouTubers. Anyone, like, they don't care what you do, but if you're having like ragers at your house every week, if you're like shooting videos where you guys are shooting each other with fireworks and stuff, you're gonna get kicked out of your neighborhood.
Yeah, because you're a fire
rightfully
hazard.
So. But yeah,
Hollywood's the best for that. Oh, go ahead, Skids.
Oh no. I'm looking at what are the little sewing mat things, like the self-healing.
Oh, the self-healing mats.
Yeah.
Don't spend too much money. Go
Be
to
careful.
Be careful.
Right, yeah, they're dangerous.
No, I told you I bought like those European measurements will get you up. Don't make me show you the tiny mat again. I thought I was buying a big mat. I bought a tiny ass mat.
I thought I was getting a huge one.
No, I keep it here. I keep it here for shaming.
To shame yourself.
For shaming purposes. I'm pulling it out, damn it.
Oh, it's in your hand. I see it.
I bought this in the middle of the night because it came with a bunch of stuff. I didn't do the math, and I thought it was huge.
And then they were like, oh, centimeters. That is 30 centimeters, not 30 inches.
Boy, I should have really looked.
Oh my God.
Buyer beware. I even put it in the video when I bought it.
That's adorable.
Commander, hop in whenever you feel like it. A good industrial vintage antique haul. Psychopath Menace. She's an average Hollywood celebrity. Okay, so I was thinking about this with Whitney Houston the other day. If you allow any human being to get away with and do whatever they want, you turn into the king or queen. Diana Ross was the same way.
Smith?
Yeah. Diana Ross had a DUI so bad that it is like we use it as an example. She was so drunk, she poured out of the seat, and she got away with it because she was Diana Ross.
She's Diana Ross.
And they asked her, like, do you have a license? Because she lived in Europe. She didn't even live in America, and she was driving, and she didn't even have a license.
That's crazy.
You do need one of those. They are good for rotary.
Oh, so the rotary cutters. Yeah, I saw someone using one of those. Like, that looks a lot easier than me snipping away with scissors.
I do use it for a lot of things. I do. I'm just resentful because I make really impulsive buy choices on Amazon.
It's a mixed bag. I recommend a rotary cutter with a ruler so that you can drive along the track.
Yep.
But you also need the replacement blades. I like this one better than the other one. This is a push safety. The other one was like a handheld safety, and that hurt my hands after a while because I'm a delicate flower, so I like this one better. This 45 millimeter. Recommend.
I hated that. Though, is it the one where you squeeze the handle?
Yes, the yellow and black one from like Fisk or whatever.
Yep. I had one.
This is a Ulfa. She's Russian. Ulfa.
Oh, excuse me, Kilroy. You're right. You're right. And they got well. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Don't get me started because that makes me think about the stupid E. Jean Carroll Trump stuff, and that touches on a whole bunch of things that piss people off.
Here's the problem with I don't even know if we should touch on that subject.
We don't need to. I'll do it on my stream next week.
Get us all super.
I'll get us. You can save your chat. Those who want to hear about me bitch about that, we'll do it next week because I got thoughts and feelings. Because I got chesticles and a pussy, so I can talk about these things.
I have an Alsatian too, and I have 2 strays outside as well.
I know. How is Odin? The little baby.
Odin is now queen.
Baby.
Odin is like queen overseer of the backyard.
She's like, hey, Tommy, you run by my rules, bitch.
For real. Because I was making sure that like that the young one isn't driving Odin away. And like Odin is like, no, but let me teach you the ropes. Like this human will make us fat.
This is a good feeding stop. Just follow the rules, kid.
Cats are like boxcar hobos, like outdoor cats. They are. Because they fight, they're scruffy. Oh no, Odin's thriving. Odin looks huge. Odin is absolutely thriving, and it's been about 1.5 years. So I lose track of time because that's the one thing about being consistent is that like I do the same thing over and over and over and over for years. And so I lose track of time sometimes. That's why something like YouTube is good for me because like I'm like, oh, that was only 6 months ago, or oh, that was 2 years ago. I use my Fiskars cutter for everything. I
have Ginger scissors. I love them. I don't know.
You have Ginger?
Just one. I got her at the Goodwill. Goodwill.
Because like I watched their Nancy Zeman was sponsored by Ginger. And so when I watch her old videos, she's like, look at these scissors. And I'm like, Amazon.
I know, but my favorite are these old-fashioned ones with the black handles.
Yes. I have a pair of...
They need oiling. She sounds crunchy.
Do you know what brand they are?
Hey, plastic safety scissors for kids. The baby sewist has baby scissors. These are not labeled with anything.
Awesome, Commander. Awesome. Neither did I. When I think of Ginger, I think of Nancy Zeman. Nice. I have the theme in my head now. It's actually hard sitting down when that's all I've done. Oh, I get it. I totally understand, especially being a driver like that.
Yeah, no blood clots. No.
That's why I love sitting here because I'm constantly moving around all day. And here I am with my Dollar Tree scissors that would cut. Okay, Kilroy, I know that you know, but Dollar Tree scissors are the shiest. They work so well. I still use mine. And then when they go bad, I huck them and get a new pair.
Oh, no, here's my Fiskars.
Oh, they're so razor sharp. They're like unbelievably. They had
it for singers.
Oh, awesome.
Safety scissors.
I would have spring-loaded dressmaker shears from Gingers, so much easier. There are certain things I see other YouTubers like. I want that $300 iron that you can like put face down and the legs pop up. I want that thing so bad.
I want a gravity feed for no. I don't even know why, but they just look so beautiful with those giant tanks for water.
I watch a bunch of really fancy UK SOS that have those, and I'm like, that's real money.
I'm like, I hate to press, but to press with that, maybe I'd like it more.
That's like when Ruwan responded to me, and she was like, "Oh, having a sewing room is a luxury." It took everything for me to be like, "You're upstairs. I'm in my garage."
I know. I have a whole sewing house. You have a sewing room.
No, but she's got a giant room now.
I know, because she moved with her guest room or whatever.
400 pounds plus UK for what I want. See, that's what I'm saying. And then I won't let anyone ever touch them ever.
No, you look at paper, you will not have fingers left to cut with shears if you...
The Dollar Tree ones are cheating. They come unreal sharp. Like I'm so ridiculous. I bought a few for my job and people are like, oh, no. And then they come back and they're like, holy cow, those scissors work. I got one of those irons at the Goodwill.
Stop making me want to hawk the Goodwill now. Have
a great night, Butterfly. Thank you for coming by as always.
Bye,
you totally got me going with your Wimbledon comment on my video. We have professional tennis tournaments around here. I'm going to wear my coat to one.
Wimbledon, not Wimbledon.
You know my English is terrible, even though it's my first language.
It's my first and a half language.
My Spanish is even more Peggy Hill.
I'm say what's Wimbledon in Spanish?
Wimbledon. I just can't. You know what it is? When I was a kid, I used to talk like this all the time. And so I still kind of have that. And there's just certain words I cannot pronounce. I talked like Sylvester when I was a kid. I say this all the time. Speech therapy works, kids.
It does. But if you have a tongue tie, just get it clipped because you don't necessarily need speech therapy with the little adult modifications. You can get an upgrade.
I still do. I do have the webbed hands and the unclipped
tongue tie. Yeah. Okay, never mind. No medical, legal, election, financial. There's no advice here. We know nothing.
Do you know what's so funny? In the LAUSD, English is a third language.
Right, because it's like Korean, Mandarin, and then English.
Spanish. So it's like the fourth language. Because like people always jokingly say, oh, white people are a minority in California, but the truth is that Hispanic people are the majority here. Hands down. At least here, they are the majority. And
number one name is Jose.
Yeah. And in Los Angeles, we have a very large there's the joke that there's just as many Korean people in Los Angeles as there is in Seoul. We have we have street signs in Korean. People don't understand this. And in Chinatown, there's actual real Chinese people there.
Not them fake Chinese.
Right? Not the fake CCP. This is the real CCP.
No, man.
We've got our own police station here that might take you back to the motherland.
I've been to Washington, D.C. Their districts were misleading. And if you've been there, you know what I'm talking about. I've been to D.C. It's not like L.A. When you go to Little Armenia, there's actual Armenian people there, and you're eating Armenian food. And everyone in the neighborhood is Armenian, you know.
If you can't understand the language, you're not in the right neighborhood.
I'm telling you, when I came to Oregon, it was weird to me to see white people cooking in a Mexican restaurant. Or I'm like,
changed. They're only Mexican. Even at the Chinese restaurant, they're Mexicans.
See, but that's the thing. I lived in Oregon 20-something years ago.
Yeah, it's not the same Oregon.
It was weird to me when I left California to not see people of color everywhere. It was weird to me. Even Northern California is more diverse than most of America.
The real NorCal or the fake NorCal?
Phoenix, you keep on saying that they're not going to let you in Central California.
That's fine. I don't need to go to Grass Valley.
They shouldn't let
this
me
weekend.
I can drive down to Palo Alto anytime I want.
You know what's so funny? I consider that Northern California.
No, oh my God. A 9-hour car ride is not Northern California.
Anywhere from Bakersfield to Redding is Northern California.
No, Grass Valley and Central, it's called the Central Valley for a reason.
Meanwhile, here in PA, we have so many languages that when you get mail from the state, it comes with a statement in about 15 languages explaining how to get an interpreter. Same here. People used to freak out when the DMV started printing stuff in Thai, like mofos lost their brains. People were like, what country do we live in? Like, well, most of y'all don't speak English here.
And we have no national language, so fuck off.
No, we don't. That's what bothers me so much when people try to get technical. Like, I've been to the East Coast. I spoke more Spanish there than I do on the West Coast.
I know, but they were all Puerto Ricans.
Well, that and people assumed I was
Puerto Rican.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, and they're like, you're what? No, you're not. Like, okay. Oh, okay. I'm not. I guess I'm not then. I should really put
You caught me.
And for anyone who cares, I'm drinking coffee and Hawaiian punch. Because I went to the we were talking about it yesterday. We were literally talking about this yesterday.
It should be Tang, damn it.
They don't sell they do not sell Tang at my local 99.
Do they sell that anywhere anymore?
Oh yeah, during the pandemic I bought Tang.
Okay.
And I was panic buying like a
You stole all the toilet paper, damn it, put it
It
in
was
the
you.
It was gone.
You
No,
did
no, I bought all the pot. I bought all the pot. I went
You didn't grow enough from last year to have enough for like a 3-year surplus?
Well, like the only places that were like open were dispensaries. And like so man, that was my trip. That was literally like my trip for the day was I'm gonna go to the dispensary and I made it worth my while every time I went. And I still do. For a while I was on a Spanish mailing list for my cable company. You know what gets me on YouTube? I get a lot of commercials in Spanish. They're stalking me.
No. Actually, when I was watching more Hulu, I would get a lot of commercials in Spanish too. And my human knew German, lived in Germany when he was on the army base. They were on the army base. And I learned school Spanish, which is not Spanish that works in this country.
Well, it can work in this country, just not anywhere else.
K or the S.
In Catalonia, Spain, it doesn't work anywhere.
It's all about understanding. In Kilroy, the U.S. Army does this for a very specific reason. Because they know that people who speak Spanish will gladly join. They got my brother. My brother literally was picked up 5 days after high school, and they gave him 10,000 or some crazy signing bonus. But this was 1996.
Nice.
I don't see Tang for a long time. Some Hawaiian punch and Tibetan treat. Tahiti treat. I have seen limited edition vodka. Ooh. I had dirty looks like, do you speak your mother tongue? How do you not speak your mother tongue? I speak some for exchange program, but I want to. Okay, I am kind of mixed. I'm kind of mixed on this one because I do speak Spanish, and in the Spanish world, you're considered a disgrace if you don't. But you know what? People who are born here don't necessarily have to speak that language. So I have a different view on that.
Or you could be born here, have parents and grandparents who weren't born here who spoke 2 different languages, and they wanted you to assimilate and like buy into the American dream. And we're like, we're not going to teach you our native languages. You need to learn English, and you've got your blinders on. That's all you can learn.
Thank you,
I can
Phoenix.
understand words in Yiddish,
Yeah.
but I can't speak it. But if you talk to me long enough, I know what you're saying.
You know what's so funny? The reason I said thank you is because what you were saying is the reason why my mom doesn't speak Spanish. My mom was raised 1950s LA. Her sister was the first sibling, so she spoke Spanish. My other two uncles and my mom did not learn Spanish until they were later in life because my grandparents were like, no, we do not, we speak English because they wanted to assimilate.
Yep.
You know, so my mom, like, I always jokingly call her Peggy Hill.
Killer, I want Ting, so stop teasing me that it's on your grocery list. It's better than Fanta and that horrible person with that weird stuff with the Fanta on the YouTubes, but we don't need to go there.
Now I have Fanta. Don't you wanna?
No, not the way that person that I heard about it recently used their Fanta. No, you don't.
Tang is bomb. I grew up on fruit punch Kool-Aid. Like, I love all that powdered drink stuff, all of it.
Oh, we're the Kool-Aid man.
Oh yeah. I'm obsessed. That's why yesterday when we were talking about Hawaiian Punch, this afternoon I looked at the kid. I was like, "Get in the car. We're going to the store." I know the 99's got that artery hardening crud. Fanta and Sunkissed. Sunkissed is bomb.
Except for that new Sunkissed alcoholic lemonade thing, it's gross. Don't buy that.
No.
It's hard pass.
The kids will assimilate, but they will be without the advantage of being a bilingual native. And that's I get paid extra. Like, well, there was a job that I used to do, and I got paid extra because I could speak Spanish and communicate with people. It's a skill. It's a good skill to have. Oh, you're killing me, Alibaba. I remember Mountain Man. Gilroy, I drank so much as a child. That's like my blood type. I'm not kidding you. I love that stuff. Just smells like nostalgia. The powder, all of it.
We're all right. Killer is making their shopping list right now. All right, what else do they need? Frank's hot sauce, some low-fat mayo, low-fat sour cream, blue cheese dressing, chicken wings, celery, carrots. Oh, cactus cooler.
If there was a cactus cooler, is the most underrated soda of all time. I'm coughing my brains out over here.
But you're ripping it so hard you can't even be on stream.
You got me in mid-smoke. I am obsessed with Cactus Cooler. I still drink it. I still drink Cactus Cooler to this very day. When I was younger, my aunt ran an ASB store for a local high school, and I had my first job at 11 years old working a cash register because in my family, they wanted to teach us life skills. Where I'm from, when you had free time, you had to go get a job. I was raised by old school parents. So at 11 years old, I had a job every summer. And then I worked there the next summer. And my aunt, she would be like, you could eat and drink anything you want. So I became obsessed with Cactus Cooler. Goldfish. Oh, I'm obsessed with those, Ollie. I bought another giant jug yesterday.
No.
I like fishes because they're so delicious.
I know. Cactus Cooler is not a East Coast thing. This must be a West Coast thing that I've still not experienced.
Sorry,
guys. And we're back.
Well, I just don't know smoking etiquette. Let's take a consensus. Is it ghetto to smoke a glass pipe on screen? Because in my head, I don't see a difference between either one. Okay, but I was raised like cotillion old school. I still say please and thank you. I still ma'am. and serve people. I open doors for people. Like, so there's certain things that like I cover my mouth when I'm eating and talking, you know. I try
All
not
I
to.
can say is, depending on who you're talking to, some people say, "Excuse me, I'm not a sir. I work for a living."
Well, I don't ma'am or sir anyone.
Thank you for shaking your head. You know what I'm talking about. Don't call me
Don't
sir.
call
I
me
work for a
sir. I
living.
work for a living.
Okay. Oh, thank you, honey, for laughing at my bad jokes that are
But
not
no,
mine.
right.
I've
I'm a
adopted.
I'm a full pirate. I'm a dirtbag as well.
I'm a teenage
A
dirtbag.
long time ago. You know, it's so funny. I have an eidetic memory, so I may reference something even if this person hates me. But years ago, I used to stream with this person who now stalks me.
The other
And
stalker.
they had somebody on who would smoke with a glass pipe, and people would tell him, now I'm gonna unsubscribe from your channel. And I was like, what? And so I really haven't I don't know. I don't know. Is it ghetto? Because to me, this is classy.
Yeah, as long as it's not a meth pipe, I'm okay with it.
Right. So the question is not the shape of the pipe, it's what you got packed in your pipe.
It's legal.
Well, meth in small amounts is legal in some places also. So
That is so crazy to me that, like, where I'm from, you'd go to jail. Like, if you get pulled over in Oregon, they send you home. Where I'm from, if you got anything that's not green on you, you're going to jail.
yeah, 1 ounce of anything, anabolics, trend. What do you want? Less than what I maybe it's on. Don't quote me, but small amounts in certain places. We're like, hey, we're Amsterdam. Stop planning your trip to come visit me, Skits. We can shoot some pew pews and have a good time.
I'm tired of going to the range with mine. I need a good country trip.
I need to go because I've got stuff I don't know how to use that needs to be cleaned. There's stuff that in my house that I've not fully experienced, and if it's going to be in my house, I might as well get over my fears of shooting things.
Kilroy, everything on the internet is an illusion. I constantly say the internet is not real.
It's not. I'm a figment of your imagination, honey. I do not exist in this glory.
I'm a computer generated person. Matter of fact, where is Godless Troll? They're lacking. My troll is lacking this evening. Skits last week witnessed the birth of a troll.
Oh, that's right. The stream I wasn't on. It was like the boy stream, and I missed it because I was doing what I needed to do for myself.
You actually have a life.
Like, actually, I was like.
And that's another thing. A long time ago, I got really traumatized. I do outreach on the street. I truly try to help people, and I've seen people like smoke other things out of bongs and pipes. Let's just put it that way on the street, and I'm like, bro, you know I can see you, right? Yeah. Like you know, like I can see you. So I'm like,
no, you can't.
Well, they don't think you can, but that people are selling maps of San Francisco about where people shit on the street and they have to update it regularly is effed up.
None of us are. I'm a computer generated image. I'm actually
we're all suspect around here.
I'm actually the shortest one of everyone. I'm lying. I'm a borrower. I'm really like everything in here is scale.
We represent the lollipop kill, the lollipop kill, the lollipop.
Fun fact: Commander's the only real one here.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We are all figments of your imagination.
We're talking about somebody who made a troll account for me, and if you hate me that much and you're dedicated that to me, I will let you troll around. You went out of your way to make a troll account for me. Like I I obsess over things on the internet, but it's not people. It may even be someone's channel or something, but I'm watching their content. I'm not obsessing over the person, you know. I watch all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm not going to make a hate or a love page for them. I have amassed enemies just by existing. Just by existing. And I do poke my nose out and kick the beehive every once in a while. And meanwhile, I'm the Jolly Green Giant. Speaking of which, I'm going to go get my borrower coat that I recently... Well, it's a shirt. It's not even a freaking... I'm just a hobbit.
Oh, shut up.
First off, for scale... Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
I really underestimate how powerful this microphone is.
No, you just talk super loud.
I am. I'm a screamer. I feel so sorry for my neighbors. They're just used to it.
Moaners, screamers. Yeah, okay.
I'm so dateable. I am so dateable. I'm a screamer.
I'm a screamer. I'm a dreamer. I'm a sewing fever. I don't know.
Let me get my crazy head if you're singing Tom Petty. I'm a midnight toker. I love this hat. I don't care what anyone says. I absolutely love this hat. I wear it all the time.
What's the print? What's the print on that one? No, show your face, not the hat.
Oh, the lighting. It's a flower print.
Oh, cute. Oh, yeah, do some black work embroidery on that jacket. And put some giant tucks in the back because you need some shaping, honey.
And some side pockets. Oh.
No, I think it's got those already. Who needs in-seat? They're just going to make your hips look big. You're going to look chunky.
You know, I wear clothes in an awkward way, and they make me look bigger than what I really am anyways.
Right, so don't accentuate being a McMuffin.
Joke, for my birthday, my friends got me a sweater. I appreciated the sentiment, but I wouldn't have preferred a screamer over a moaner. I love it. I love it. I'm going to leave that one up there for a second. Now I just have We Are the Lollipop.
The Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop
Let me see if I can.
Oh, thank you.
Let me back up a little bit. This is huge. Look how big this is. And yes, I do wear long socks with my shorts. I'm a Victorian.
Well, yeah, but that's better than wearing socks with your sandals. So I can take the long socks with short shorts, but long socks and sandals is like a bridge too far.
Wow.
That's a shirt. It's a shirt. This is a shirt.
No, that's a tent.
And whoever had this wore some like real cologne. Like this is like the $400 bottle because I can't wash the smell out. I cannot, and it's not perfume. It is cologne. It smells like, this is what I think Gene Simmons would smell like.
We're having a sensory moment.
No, it smells so good.
I'm in my sushi tent.
This thing is huge.
Oh
this
my friend
is.
on the left is rocking it.
You look like a chemist or a machinist or something. Is that? Maybe square off. This thing is so long. Like, this is so big.
You need to put some pleats in the back to just give it some shaping. And I think the front would fit. You just need to fix the back is the problem that I see.
It's huge in the back. It's huge.
Yeah, put some, unpick it and then repleat the back and make it into a yoke. Do you know what am I making
exactly.
any sense?
No, I know exactly. I've actually done that before. I am a hobbit. I'm the king of alternate clothes.
I was just not sure if the words were making sensible noises.
To you too.
Go ahead.
Oh, that was just I heard from Isaiah or something. I was like,
Oh,
do you
you can take
Right, that's-
take this one and just plug my fan directly into that green cord.
All right, try taking it to a dry cleaner to see if they can get the smell out. Or do they still sell those like dryer clean, the dry clean things that you could do at home?
That's not a bad idea because my local dry cleaner is a magician.
Yeah.
But they're getting in their 90s, so I need to utilize their skills now because they're both they're still
their
working.
kids are assholes and are not gonna do what their family taught them.
certain people just are built different and they work forever and ever.
Yeah, like a beautiful old fashioned sewing machine.
I've seen Gene Simmons in person without his platforms on. He's humongous. He's huge. Hey Joe, how's it going? I'm still wrapping my head around Gene Simmons having a smell.
Marijuana and old bad choices.
This just smells like I wear Versace cologne. It is not cheap. I wear like super bougie cologne because it doesn't mess with my lungs. And so I know the difference between a $300 bottle of cologne and like a $700 bottle of cologne. And this smells rich.
This was a rich fat human, not a rich skinny human.
They were tall. You know, it's so funny. I'm trying to picture who had this, and I've just made them into just someone who's extremely hot and tall and like
great, hot, not necessarily attractive, but just like sweaty and obese.
No, I'm
Danny DeVito comes in. Hey, my jacket.
I'm picturing some 6-foot hottie, and it's a gargoyle. They use this as a full coat. This smells good. And the only reason I'm just not over it because this smells like I've washed it twice and it still smells like the cologne, and I use my fabric softener reeks. I do it on purpose. I like the smell of it. And the cologne is still, and it's not cigarettes or anything.
Because you'd be like, who needs to wash out old cigarette smell?
Oh, I'd be sniffing it even more.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, someone's gonna cut that one.
Oh shit!
Oh, I'm sniffing even more.
We're sniffing.
This thing is huge. This thing is huge. That's
what she said.
I think Eugene would smell like VD and arrogance. That's really close. That actually VD and arrogance smells great because they both catch you off guard.
I know.
That sounds like a Jessica Simpson.
Yeah.
But now we call them STIs. Maybe old. Are you dating yourself, human? Sorry.
I'm so stoked. And then part of me is like, should I put a back patch on that thing? Should I not?
Black work. Take it in and do black work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could make one hell of a prank call soundboard from these. We could. Just leave
whoever
it
does these things, can you just tag me or like DM me on all the places so I can use them in my own streams?
So sadly, this is true. It'll end up smelling like ganja.
But just leave it. Just set it next to your sewing table long enough, and you're like, "Oh, who needs to take it to the dry cleaner? We're just going to impregnate it with our own scent." Savage and marijuana.
There are I have a drying rack because my washer and dryer is literally right there. I do not hang my son's clothes in here because I don't want his clothes.
You don't want to embarrass him at school. You're like, "Hey kid, you got to go to the counselor's office now."
Oh, you get in trouble for it. You get in trouble. They call you out. And even in my day, they pulled me aside one day and they're like, "I know you smoke." I was like, "Ooh, I got you. I called my dad. He showed up smoking in the parking lot. I was like, hey, I live in a smoker's house. There's nothing you can do. And this ninja drives me to school. Sue me, you know, sue me.
I thought it was going to be because your eyes were all like bloodshot.
They even pre-embalming myself, my eyes have always been, you know, I've always had that like semi-jaundice yellow in my eyes. I wouldn't know what it is.
Jaundice is yellow. Sorry.
Oh,
sorry.
Gilroy. Now
he smokes 2 joints before
my
he
head.
smokes 2 joints, and then he smokes 2 more.
I freaking love. You know, I need to write that down. I've been in a funk lately. I'm gonna skank all night long, listening to Sublime. Someone's gonna cut that one too.
Oh God, where's my phone so I can screenshot the? Where's my actually important?
When I was a kid, I'll never forget. My cousin was like, "Have you ever heard Robin in the Hood?" I said, "What's that?" And he like literally made me listen to Sublime, Robin in the Hood. I was obsessed from that moment on. And then when the first time I heard 40 Ounce for Freedom, oh come on.
Sublime shit.
Oh dude, Sublime. I still want to put Santeria in one of my videos, but I don't want anyone to think it's about them. I've had I want to say this live on stream, and I'm glad you're here, Skits. I've had a ton of ex-girlfriends. It's not about you. It's not about you. So if I put some touchy-feely stuff up on a video, it's not about you. And I know 2 or 3 that still hate Watch Me. we all know that song. Absolutely. Sublime, there are certain groups that I'll like stop what I'm doing. Like Slayer is like that, Sublime. Oh, and a few people have been subscribing to my alternate channel. I will be making another blooper video, but I have to warn you, the Slayer video is hardcore. They show prison fights, they show like all kinds of stuff. I've tried hanging my clothes outside, birch. I hang my clothes outside, but only when it's really hot. Skank all night long. Go to the clinic in the. Damn it, Kilroy, that's cold.
See, we used to we'd as an NCO, I'd on occasion have to take a lower enlisted guy to sick call for what we call getting rotted off the range.
Ooh.
And because they'd stick a big old Q-tip up the and then it was not a pleasant experience. I never had but I could hear this screaming from the other side of the door.
I had a really good friend who was he was born in America, but both of his parents were Nigerian, so he was like raised more Nigerian. He joined the army, and I'll never forget the stories he would tell me about Korea. When he first came to Korea, they sat him down and they literally had like a meeting, and they were like, okay, if you catch this, and this, you cannot come back into America. If you catch this VD, if you catch this, and they were showing him pictures, and he's like, I'm never gonna have sex again. And he said like his time in Korea, he was more celibate than he's ever been in his life because of the warnings they gave him, you know.
For real.
But there are certain things that we don't have in this country. Why would people think you're still obsessing over them? You know what it is? It's self-importance. You'll know if I'm obsessed with you because I'll be all up in your business, which is no one. But I find it weird that when people are obsessed with me or they have a problem with me and they keep it going, like we have choices in our life. Like I used to hate it when my ex-wife would always say this, but it's true. Like you make yourself angry. You are the captain of your own ship. You are the one who is driving the boat, you know? That's why I always throw cheesy statements out all the time. Now, do you drive like that?
No.
I do.
I do too, but I might be a like 6 o'clocker.
I'm a left-handed. Are you righty or lefty when you drive? Like I'm left-handed. I drive like this.
I'm right, because I always have I like prop my on the other hand like this on
No,
the window.
I'm bi-drival. I do both. Or duo-drival.
It goes both ways. Oh.
I go all ways.
There's nothing wrong with being
not,
bicoastal.
That's not the conversation I thought we were having.
Hearts, not parts.
Because I talk about this all the time. Like, I was left-handed as a kid. I was told, hey, you will be right-handed. So I'm right-handed, but I do a ton of left-handed SHIT, you know?
I was never told, but when I was little, they thought that there was something wrong with me because when I was 6, 7, I hadn't picked out a dominant hand, and I can write with both and do a lot of things with both. And
Isaiah's like that. We never told him.
My dad was left-handed, and they forced him to be right, and my sister is a lefty. You're only bi on the dance floor? Oh, maybe that's right. But usually there's too many ladies, and you need a partner who's going to lead and who's going to follow.
And my uncle, he was left-handed, and they forced him to be right-handed, and he developed like a speech impediment and a stutter from it because it just fucked with his brain so much.
Yeah.
I do that too, Kilroy. I've never driven one-handed. If I need to give my arms a break, I do that thing where I put my arms in your lap and hold the bottom of the wheel.
I do, but I have to have the seat always have to have the seat tucked in because I'm little. I'm not one of those person who's has the seat reclined back and is has their arm on their knee. That's not me.
I am nothing but spare parts. I have freakishly long arms. And legs, so I have to sit back. For someone at my height, I have to sit back because my arms and legs are weird. My proportioning's off.
I can't because I have this thing my feet actually need to touch the pedals. That's
See, here's my thing about dancing, okay? I can't dance. I have 2 left feet. I'm uncoordinated. I love dancing. I get goofy up in here, and I record myself because I figured.
Can you not even grapevine? Are we going to have a grapevine lesson? Because if you can't grapevine, I don't know if we can be friends anymore.
I know all those dances.
Okay.
I know all the old school dances, you know. But I try to do some modern stuff, and I'm like, ooh, my knees don't bend that way. Or the TikTok dance generation drives me mentally insane. There's on Twitter, there's a video of a guy where they show people they show them in Starbucks dancing, and he's standing there with a cup. Then they show him in the grocery store dancing, and he's standing there with the car. I'm that guy. Bro, I just want to purchase my stuff. I don't care if you shoot a TikTok. I just want to purchase my stuff and leave. My mom got whacked by nuns when using her left hand became ambidextrous. Yeah, I'm from that generation, the last tail end of that generation.
Yeah, nuns are mean.
I dance better when I hit my thumb with a hammer than I do in listening to. I've knocked my thumbnail off trying to show up at a gym one time. I had 2 weights in West Hollywood of all places. I had 2 weights. I was going like this. I was in my 20s, had my shirt off, and I came all the way back, and I hit my thumb and knocked my thumbnail off.
And I bet you looked cool doing it.
Oh, I was like, rah! Again, it's because I have freakishly long, big hands. I have freakishly long, big hands.
And now we're into our fitness section.
We are, because I'm going to go off. Do you know I recently bought a jump rope and it's changed my life? It brought me back to. Did you guys have jump ropes on the playground as children?
No, but in the gym, because wasn't there the American Heart Association jump rope-a-thon or whatever? Did you do that in school?
We had that too. We had jump ropes at school, and it brought me back. I was doing the cadence and everything. It brought me back, man. I'm dead to rights on a jump rope. I'm like Rocky.
Kilroy's always on fire.
People like that are just asking to get beat up by somebody who's not having a good week. Or who are we talking about?
I don't know.
Because I'm that guy. I'm that guy not having a good week. That's the TikTok people. Yes. Okay. So here's my beef. Okay. I love you. I love you, human race, but do your job first and then act crazy. That's what I was taught. I was taught, like, you can be crazy, but do your job first and then be crazy. Oh man, people are like, I'm not kidding you. Like, the mechanic is doing a TikTok dance, and I'll videotape people.
So I'm being charged by the hour here. Can you stop dancing and fix my fucking car?
Oh, Commander, you're always welcome here. You are always welcome here. You should implement iCarly random dancing into your job. It's weird to me. I was never into that show at all, but like I saw clips of her older, and it just makes me feel old. Have a great night, Commander. We have the interval jump ropes that I could barely figure out, and the big ones. I remember the huge ones where you'd get like multiple people on them.
Oh, double Dutch.
Yeah,
I could do that. I miss having people to play with like that. Clip it, please. Share me the link.
I remember West Coast Swing. Damn right. Damn right. Yay, have a good night, Commander. So the jump rope has changed my life. Like I always need to improve my cardiovascular, because I'm a born asthmatic who smokes for 20 years like an idiot. I still smoke J's like they're going out of style. So I have to be active. And that jump rope, like it brought me back, and it showed me I still have my hand-eye. And then watching my son not knowing how to do it, like I forgot.
I can do something you can't do, kid.
Well, I forgot it's a skill, because you take things for granted, like riding a bike, like certain things that if you've never got taught the skill, you don't know how.
Fair.
And don't worry, people. He has multiple lives. He literally has a mountain bike and everything. And Skits just
we dropped the lot. We kicked off the wrong human.
Adam Carolla is big into Jump Pro. What's Jump Pro?
I think it's jump rope with a fancy and a space inappropriately.
I have this really mixed thing about Adam Carolla. He's from the area from where I'm from.
Don't. Richard Simmons has a very fond place in my heart, so I may be up for that video. I think in one of my ancient pre-records that I think I transferred to my new channel, I talk about our special relationship.
I was waiting for that one, Skits. That's been happening in my house as well. And Waternay, you have me dying on that last one. No, the jump rope has changed my smoker life. And again, here at the Godless Sewing Channel, I don't promote anything. Do what you want to do. Be unhealthy. I literally eat with lard. Like I'm no one.
Cook with lard. You don't eat with lard.
I would if it wouldn't put me out in a week. And to my ex-girlfriend, who's probably watching right now, because, anyways, when she introduced me to that person who used to drink butter soup, that changed my life as well. And good old this man died too. In good old Tillamook, Oregon, I met a man who would joke about how he would drink butter soup. He did not live to see 48. Let's just put it that way. Good old Tillamook. They don't make them like that anymore. I was like, is Phoenix about to jump off too right now?
No, it's just that I'm on my stupid computer that's basically a tablet, and if I don't touch it every once in a while, the screen goes blank because the keyboard doesn't work, because I have finally my new laptop from Meta PCs, who I hope they better be good, because I will be shilling their shit. A veteran-owned build-your-own computer company.
That's awesome.
Is coming to my house soon, because I'm working with a computer that I'm afraid is going to set itself on fire because It stinks. It heats so much. I had it next to in a Polish pottery mug of water next to the fan. The water was cold from the drinking fountain and warm when I drank it because it's letting off so much heat. I'm afraid that computer is going to spontaneously combust. And I have one with no keyboard, but a touch screen, which is what I have because it won't recognize my fancy camera. So I'm working with shit right now.
You know what, though? As somebody who pushes electronics to the brink, they will explode on you. Like,
right, which is why I'm scared. I'm like, all right, did I get my accounting stuff off the old shitty computer in case that one, like, actually sets my house on fire?
my computer is laggy. Here we go. My favorite Richard Simmons story is him stealing all the baby Jesus statues in New Orleans one Christmas and hiding them under his bed. His dad caught him, had to drive around replacing them all. That's awesome.
I have not heard that one. That's good.
Oh, that's funny. He's one of those humans that, like, he did a lot of good, but I've heard horrible stories about him.
I know, but I used to dance to him when I was little and he was new-ish because that was a long time ago.
I remember those days. Do you think?
I know.
Do you think fame? Have you? Do you think? Okay, so power corrupts. Okay, we know this, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Do you think fame is like that? Even like infamy?
I think it can be, and I think the allure of money when you've grown up in poverty, f's with your head as a tangential, like that's also true, and money when you have never had any is like a swan tail into this like holy mind fuck.
As someone who grew up middle class, I think money ruins everything.
Yeah, more money, more problems.
Yeah, but anybody else who's sitting in a different rung than me would be like, "Oh, bro, I'll take all your problems."
Yeah, but if you've grown up on like food stamps and Medicaid and you weren't middle class, there's an allure that you don't understand. Like growing up middle class and like then understanding more money problems is different than like literally nothing to like holy shit balls money.
Yes, I actually have a couple pair of those shorts, and I threaten people like, "Oh, okay, I'm gonna put my Richard Simmons shorts on and go walk past your house and do laps in your neighborhood."
Shorty shorts and a little tank top.
And I have one
with a sweatband and wristlets.
I have the whole outfit ready to go.
Your old towels that remind you of the 90s and 80s, and you're like, oh, that's why I've been saving those shits.
I'm gonna have to look that up, Joe. I'm gonna have to look that up. There's a reason the NBA requires new players to take financial courses. I knew someone who was in the NFL that sunk their entire nest egg into a house and lost it within 10 years. I've been rich and poor. I run better, closer to empty. I'm going to tell you the honest truth, okay? Like, I was homeless, hobo, couch surfing throughout my entire 20s. I did not watch television. I read hundreds of books. My life, it was way different than it is now. I'm not saying it's like better to be poor, but like I got a lot more done. I had a lot more motivation. Sometimes I wake up and I'm like, have to remind myself of the person I was in my 20s when I was trying to find myself. Because it's easy to hate your situation no matter what you're in.
Yeah.
You know, perspective helps. That's why even like, because I get trapped sometimes because I do the same thing over and over and I take detours sometimes. It's okay to make a left every once in a while, you know?
In hindsight is 2020.
Oh, absolutely. True.
Or what's the other one? Life can only be lived forward, but only understood backwards.
I think about that all the time, but the older I get, I was really stubborn when I was younger, and there were certain lessons where I was like, okay, I know what the consequences are. I'll do it anyways. And now that I'm older, I'm like, I won't even go down that street. And wow, like, nope. I don't think there's a problem with money. I think there's a problem with money and no real understanding.
And the IRS. Fucking bitches. Sorry.
No, it's true. No. That's true. Like that is so true. How do people get taken down? Because they don't want to give their money to the IRS. Al Capone, he was untouchable, literally.
And they steal for no good reason. This is like Fourth Amendment illegal search and seizure. I worked for this. This was the American dream. You sold my family, and now you're trying to ruin me.
I've thought about that all the time with paying taxes. I'm so sorry, Joe. I was homeless off and on for almost 12 years. Almost. And I tell all my bohemian stories, but a lot of it was I was traveling around because I was a hobo, I know everything will work out for you.
Yeah, we never know the lessons we're supposed to learn on this journey.
I feel like that, but my thing is not repeating the ones from the past.
Right. Try to learn a lesson once, but then sometimes the universe is like, hey, you think you've learned enough skills? Let's alter the situation just a little bit and see how you fared this time around.
I know we're gonna jump off soon, but like I had to take an anger management course. Okay?
All right. Yes.
So last night it really reminded me of a lot of things of like, and they got deep on this course. And because it was court ordered, like each module took an hour, and you had to take it was like 5 or 6 modules. And Isaiah sat here with me, and it was semi-enlightening though. Like how much of the situations, like how much of the cycle of abuse is because something happened to somebody, and then they do it to somebody else, and then they do it to somebody else, then they do, you know what I'm saying? Like, but if you're nice to that person, then you might stop that cycle.
Right. I know, and it goes into like the accountability for your own reality. Like two people could have had the same experiences, and one turns out to be a successful human being and the other one doesn't, and come from the same places.
Everything works out in the end. If it's not working out, it's not the end. Do you know what? They're like, I was homeless so long, I thought I would be forever. I thought I was going to be like that forever. I got COVID, fell behind, slowly digging myself out of my situation, living with no power. You know what, though? At least you have a roof over your head. I've lived like that before. I actually, I call that camping. I've lived like that before many of times. You know what's really funny? When I sold my dad's trailer, part of me was like, where am I going to live if everything goes bad? So part of me wants to go buy another one.
That's part of having safe houses in a time of instability and weirdness. So that.
Well, I have more. Like if it really came down to it, I have more of an ironclad trailer that I could make into a killdozer. As a recipient of 4 generations of trauma, there's so much that goes on in a multi-generational trauma that I'm not sure small gestures like that would change anything. You know what? As somebody who suffers from exactly what you're saying, I just try to like focus on other things, because I know exactly. That's what me and my family, we all hate each other. You couldn't get us in the same room at the same time. And it's all over petty shit. And it's usually money. I don't know where that balance is. Like I talk about it all the time. Like my ex-wife's family, they loved each other, and they were like low, they were like middle class, and they loved each other. My family was upper middle class. We literally, if my cousin and I saw each other, we would run at each other from opposite sides of the room because we're petty. More of a situational thing for that. Yeah, that is true. I'm the black sheep because I've chose not to be a life ruining weirdo like most people in my family. It's funny when you learn the lessons of life and try not to repeat them.
That's the ending of that's your lineages, or at least you and your kids' trauma levels, cycles.
You know, I'll. Do you have anything you want to show?
I will be back on Sunday at 3:30 Pacific Standard Time for our live stream for the Stitch and Bitch, and we sew stuff and I bitch about what I feel like. And I appreciate you all. Like, comment, subscribe, dislike. That's okay. Actually, check us out on Rumble more than YouTube's, but if you don't love Rumble yet, then hopefully I can convince you to come to the dark side.
I know how that is too. I got excommunicated by my whole family, Joe. We're here for you. We're here for you. I have a video out right now. I'll I'm around. If anything crazy happens, I'll live stream during the week. But I'm working on a crazy outfit right now. I'm definitely gonna I'll be out. I definitely will have that video out soon. If I'm on Twitter, if anyone wants to talk, I'm on Twitter, Instagram. Just don't spam me like somebody else has been doing lately. I've blocked like 19 of their accounts, but that's a different conversation for a different day. As always, reinforce your teams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you guys next time. Thank you for coming out, and we'll be around.